Hello, everyone, and welcome. Let's take our seats, and we will soon start the fourth edition of the 2025 WeFORUM.
Agora sim.
Okay, so now we are going to start our WeFORUM 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I am very happy to start the WeFORUM 2025 Women Entrepreneur Forum, a global meeting to incentivize female entrepreneurship, connect women, and generate business opportunities. We are all here waiting to see what should be a most productive afternoon for all of us. My name is Deborah Aguilar. I'm the founder and president of Edvaio, a business platform, and I'm also very happy to be here as a master of ceremony for the fourth year in a row, and I'm going to obviously be with you throughout the entire meeting. So welcome everyone, and welcome again to the fourth edition of the WeFORUM 2025. Let me now greet those on attendance and also the folks who are connected to the 2025 WeFORUM broadcast and who are watching us on YouTube from the CMAC Women channel. And I ask you, by the way, that whenever you post things, that you please remember to tag us. We have a hashtag, WeFORUM 2025. And if you so desire, you can also tag our social media presence. And we're actually just, letting you know, who we are. And we will repost each one of your posts. So the Women Entrepreneur Forum, the WeFORUM, is an international meeting, disruptive meeting for women, a truly transformative meeting idealized and organized by CMAC, the National Council for Women Entrepreneurs and Culture, also the CACB, the Brazilian Confederation of Business and Commercial Associations, and also by the FNME, which is National Forum for Women Entrepreneurs from the CNI, and also by CNI, the National Confederation of Industries, gathering more than 14 national and international organizations connected to female entrepreneurship. We're very much honored to open our session of the WBA BRICS Women Business Alliance, which gathers 11 countries represented by 2 chairpersons and a number of teams also from the BRICS countries, which are made up by Brazil, Russia, India, and China. The WeFORUM is a part of the WBA agenda in Brazil, which in English stands for Women BRICS Alliance, a meeting in which women will connect, innovate, and make progress together by playing a pivotal role in economic development, which allowed us actually to gather 57 women from abroad. That's truly wonderful. So the WeFORUM was developed to gather women who engage in business activities all over the world, to generate new business opportunities and connect our participants to national and international organizations who work with female entrepreneurship, which, through the CMEC, represents female leaders from every Brazilian state. Within a few minutes, we are going to start a very interesting program for you with panel discussions led by political leaders, business leaders, who will also talk about public policy, agriculture, commerce, industrial activity, internationalization, technology, creative industry, sustainability, among other subjects. In addition to the panels, which are going to be led by both national and international speakers, we're also going to have the WeFORUM business meeting. This is a space devised for business meetings in which businesswomen from many different countries and industries will be able to talk, establish partnerships, and network as well, which is great for everyone. I think you're all interested in doing some of that too, right? I mean, establishing good connections and also to promote your businesses. So in this edition of our meeting, we will also launch the BRICS Women Startups contest, which will distribute awards to women who became true examples in management, innovation, and who achieved success in the corporate world. But before we get the sessions started, we are now going to make some special acknowledgments. Let me also say that in this meeting we are gathering very important global leaders. And let me also thank those who've sponsored this meeting and those who've supported it and who ultimately made this 2025 WeForum a reality. They are CMAC, ACSP, Federa Minas, CACB, FIENG, FAING, SENAR, IBRE, SEBRAE, FEComércio, WBA from the BRICS, CNI, Apex Brazil, the Ministry of Development, Industry and Commerce and Services from the federal government. We also count on the sponsorship of the IBD, the BDMG, CODENGI, Invest in Minas, the Secretary for Economic Development of Minas Gerais, Moe Shandong, the CNT System, CEST, Senati, the Fleury Group, Natura, the Sabin Group, and Sigma Lithium. We also count on the support of All Invest Verde Beauty Fair, Brazil Chain Sweden, the Brazilian Council for Importers and Exporting Commercial Companies, CCS, DC News, the Diário do Comércio newspaper, the Developing Female Entrepreneurs Project, the Global Gateway, NWB, and also the Club of Lusophone Businesswomen, the UNDP, the City Hall of Belo Horizonte, Sema Produções e Eventos, Wiki, Debain, and Samarco Mining. Okay, so thank you who were involved in the organization of this meeting and who somehow are now supporting the success of our 2025 WeForum. Let me also thank the first Commander General of the Fire Squad of Minas Gerais, Colonel Jordana Daudegam. Let me also acknowledge the presence of the Governor of the state of Minas Gerais, and we invite you now for your remarks. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm really happy to be here today with all of you. And I would like to greet the chairman of FIENG, Flavio Rosco, and also the chairperson of the Council for Entrepreneur Women, CMEC, and also the chairperson of the CACB, Ana Cláudia Prata, and also the chairperson of the National Forum for Women at CNI, Monica Montero. Let me greet them and all other authorities present here today, members of the press, and more specifically, businesswomen who are here today with us. This is something of a sad day because this morning, the mayor of Belo Horizonte, Fuad Noman, died, and I would like to pay honor to him, asking for a 1 minute of silence before I start my remarks. Thank you very much. So first, I would like to say that I am very comfortable being here in front of you, speaking to women entrepreneurs, also because I spent pretty much my entire life, helping manage a retail business, which under my management, I spent there 30 years. We left from 4 to 470 stores, present in 470 different cities in Minas Gerais. This is the state we have here, a lot of small towns, most of them, and our business basically adjusted to that environment. For a great deal of those 30 years, I traveled for more than 2 million kilometers. So as most of you here, I also consider myself to be an entrepreneur, a person who was able to get a business to prosper and grow, in which today actually employs more than 5,000 people. And a great deal of our employees are women, as a matter of fact. They account for most of the workers in our company. And I have seen that change with a lot of hope, because even though it's been slow, obviously I would like this to have happened much more quickly. And last week I traveled to the Estil Valley here in Minas Gerais and traveled to a number of towns. And I was particularly happy in one of the cities that I visited, in which out of 9 members of city council, which is what small towns have, 5 of them were actually women, which is a very rare thing to see in Minas Gerais. And I have to say that women do improve politics and enhance it substantially. There's something that I like to mention, and very few people actually pay attention to this, is that here in Minas Gerais, we have approximately 55,000 inmates, people in prison. And how many of these do you think are women? Fewer than 2,700. So it is very clear to me, if we can actually draw conclusions from that fact. But women, I think, are simply more ethical and more honest, because they account for half of the population, and yet they account for less than 5% of the people who are currently in prison on account of crimes they committed. I'm not sure if that's a rationale that I'm not sure if this is, the correct way of seeing it, but I think anyone might draw that same conclusion. If you look also at, say, traffic fines or tickets, it's not 5%, but it's certainly much less women are, fined in traffic than men. If you, for instance, if you apply for insurance, if it's going to be like the wife or the husband, well, yeah, there's always a difference in the premium as well. So I say that as women progress, I think society progresses together. We become more ethical. We tend to have a more caring perspective over things. And more specifically, we tend to have a more long-term oriented perspective. I work very closely with our human resources department. And men, by nature, they tend to look only at short-term stuff when compared to women. Women tend to have a long-term perspective, a long-term view. And they see it as kind of natural because, you cannot raise a child in, say, 6 months, a year or 2. This is actually the work of 1 decade, 2 decades, maybe even an entire life. And men tend to be in a bit of a rush and tend to be not as careful. So I think that the female perspective certainly helps and improves democracy and improves businesses as well. Management in the hands of women tends to be more careful, tends to be closer to people as well, which is something that comes out, more naturally than in us men. So let me with that acknowledge, that female perspective, which improves the management of private organizations and public organizations as well. And obviously, I should not lose sight of that in the state administration. For the very first time in this state's history, we had leading the Secretary of Agriculture and Livestock. We had a woman for the very first time also. We had a female Secretary of the Environment. And also, for the very first time in this state, we have had also a woman leading our fire department. And we appointed these women, well, because we had a selection process. It was not basically to fill up the quota, as many people might think. Because they are truly skilled and have what it takes to do the job. And if you look at the higher tier of the administration, if you look at our leading positions, we have a much greater proportion of women than we have seen in previous administrations. Because in my administration, what I have done, as I said earlier, is to basically have clear selection processes. And when you have that, the skills, the competence of women certainly speaks louder, and consequently, you begin to see a greater participation of women in the administration. So our development bank, the Development Bank of Minas Gerais, BDMG, has specific loans for female entrepreneurs. And in our administration, we have a series of programs in place which are also meant for women. So yes, we have done a lot of work to further appreciate an audience who, unfortunately, and many times is still seen with disdain. Not to say that you were actually flat out discriminated against, but I have to say that I am very optimistic, and I see that there has been progress, albeit slow. Out of the 853 municipalities that we have in Minas Gerais, I don't have the exact number, but we have about 70 or 80 female mayors. Not enough. Not enough. Although it is better than it was 10 or 20 years ago. So there has been progress. I think that we should try and expedite that process. In companies in the private sector, I see that there has been more intense change. But if you look at the public administration, I think that we are still, how can I put it? We are still lagging behind. I haven't seen as much progress. You see that also amongst judges and pretty much everywhere in government. And we should actually be setting the example instead of basically trying to follow up on what companies have done. But it's quite remarkable anyway, the change that we have seen in recent decades. Proportions are changing, although we still have a lot to improve. And since we are talking to entrepreneurs, let me say that in my administration, in addition to providing support to female entrepreneurs, we are also supporting every other entrepreneur as well. In these 6 years and 3 months that I have been governor of this state, leading the state of Minas Gerais, we have attracted to the state of Minas Gerais more than 460 billion reais of investments from private organizations. That's an astronomical figure, and this is what has caused Minas Gerais to become one of the fastest growing Brazilian states. Our economy is constantly growing above the Brazilian average, and it has actually, Minas Gerais has increased its participation in business, and we are actually one of the states in which most jobs have been generated. In 6 years and 3 months, we have generated more than 900,000 jobs, formal jobs. I mean, we don't have the information about informal jobs, but still, this basically causes that in most of the regions in our state, and again, I'm always traveling around, I'm traveling to all places in our state, this is actually allowing us to have a situation that is pretty close to full employment. Meaning, if you're not working, well, it's probably because you don't want to work. And many people might not want to work because sometimes, you have to work from Monday to Friday, within certain hours. And, some people sometimes cannot work on Saturdays or Sundays, and not every business will allow you to do that. But still, today in Minas Gerais, we are on track to progress. We are a competitive state, a state that today takes good care of every entrepreneur who works here. I used to be an entrepreneur myself, and I remember very clearly in the 30 years that I was there on the other side of that conversation, I have seen how much, the state can actually put obstacles in front of you. I see that everyone who has a company, a business in Brazil, all of you, every day, early in the morning, whenever you leave for work, you have to put on what I like to call lead boots. And those lead boots basically represent the weight of the complications imposed by government. Sometimes, it takes too long to take care of your needs, the bureaucracy, the red tape that you have to cut through, and so it goes. That was painful when I was a businessman. So as a governor today, I've actually been requiring simplification of my team. Let's remove all red tape. Those who are here to invest in Minas Gerais, I make a point of giving them my personal cell phone number, and I tell them, look, if there's any process that, say, depends on, say, the Secretary of Finance or the Secretary of the Environment or the Secretary of Health, if you have something you simply cannot implement, call me. I make a point of keeping close track of these things. And this has actually made a huge difference because, as I said, it's more than 460 billion reais worth of investments made here in the state of Minas Gerais. And just for purposes of comparison, in the last administration, they brought in 26 billion reais, right? So it's a complete change in terms of the level of investment. And Brazil will only leave this situation of stagnation, a country that appears to be unable to develop, if we have the private sector operating more dynamically and more productively. Wealth is created by the private sector. Government is basically a consumer of wealth, if you will. This is why we have to be efficient and lean. Those who create wealth and those who produce are companies, is the private sector. So let me greet you here. I am truly honored to have this meeting organized in Minas Gerais, and I wish you all a most prolific exchange of experiences. I am quite sure that all of you will leave this meeting greater and better than you arrived here, with more baggage, with more knowledge. And again, I have a lot of faith in women entrepreneurs and also in women in politics. And if I might invite you, join in the political game because you have a lot to add. Have a great meeting. Thank you very much.
Very well, Mr. Governor. Thank you very much for your welcoming remarks and inspiring words. We now would like to invite to the stage important leaderships that demonstrate the strength and power of the national and international organizations. So a round of applause to Mr. Flavio Roscoe, who's the president of the Federation of Industries of the state of Minas Gerais, the FIEMG, and also representing the chairperson or the president of CNI, Mr. Ricardo Albram. Ms. Ana Cláudia Baita Cortade, the chairperson of the Entrepreneur Woman and Culture, CEMET, Confederation of Entrepreneurial Confederations of Brazil, and Ms. Mônica Monteiro, the president of National Forum of Women Entrepreneurs and Culture, and president of the Brazilian chapter, the counselor of the City Group, and executive president of CNBC Brazil, and two incredible women who were behind this great event. So congratulations. Just before we start, would you like to say anything? Okay, so we had a couple of last-minute changes here in our script, so... So, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. We would like to greet Mr. Flavio Roscoe, all the legislative, executive, judiciary, military authorities present here, the foreign delegations of the guest countries, and the Senate councilors who are also attending the session. And together with Monica Monteiro, my friend and companion as a host of this event, it is a pleasure to welcome you to this fourth edition of this forum 2025. It is fantastic to be here with you to talk about topics that not only push economic growth, but also will set the future. So networking, female leadership, public policies, internationalization of companies, mobilization, market trends, and creative industry. The National Council of the Entrepreneur Women in Culture, SEMAC, is a vital agency of the Entrepreneurial Industrial Associations, ACB, with its 2,300 commercial associations spread all over the country, with over 2 million companies that are associated. And its mission is to be a reference forum promoting studies, training sessions, mentorships, debates, and everything geared towards developing the entrepreneur mindset of women, highlighting its essential role in the social and economic development of our country. Just recently, we've created the National Committee for Foreign Trade, and this is a very important task, not only because obviously it will disseminate the exporting culture, but also as a support in the search of new markets for their companies and for fostering commercial and cultural exchange. With over 900 councils of entrepreneur women in Brazil and commercial associations, SEMAC becomes a very important tool so that leaderships may address the challenges, share experiences, and present proposals that will mobilize not only society but the entrepreneurial community. So those two entities reaffirm their commitment to gender equality and acknowledge that the success of women is fundamental for the progress of our country. We live in a world where connections are the main assets for success. And networking is absolutely strategic for the creation of support networks, fostering collaboration opportunities, and that will open opportunities for new markets. So with women in business, the networking is even more essential because it strengthens the representativeness in areas and forums where historically we have been underrepresented. And in order for this presence to be stronger and more robust, we need leadership and mobilization. We need to occupy decision areas and have influence on public policies that will foster opportunities, equalities. And that means pushing for accessible credit lines and training programs for women all over the place in the world economy. And internationalization of companies is another one of the fundamental pillars for growth. In the current scenario, the businesses can no longer afford to just remain local. We have to expand and explore new markets and create global strategies that will allow us to compete on equal basis and in terms of planning, innovation, and other elements. And by way of innovation, it's just impossible to ignore the creative industry and the world of businesses being transformed by new technologies, by digital economy, by the valuing of the creativity as a competitive differential. And the creative industry that comprises technology, communication, entertainment, and fashion has a crucial role in the creation of value and for those global challenges. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, our challenge is to try to overcome those barriers, strengthening our network, leading the changes that we want to see in the world. So business transformation is inevitably connected to female strengthening and inclusive policies, and by being bold to expand our frontiers together, we can reset the future of economic and consolidate a more diverse and innovative and sustainable business environment. Let me thank you, offer our gratitude to all the supporters, sponsors, and especially my team that made this event come true. Welcome to Minas, welcome to Brazil. Thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It is with great joy that we'll welcome all the participants of this forum, Women Entrepreneur here in Brazil, which is a central initiative that encourages economic transformation and the women in BRICS was very happy to get all the manifestations. I want to welcome and to greet the Russian committee that led by Anna Basarova, and the Chinese delegation that was brilliantly conducted by Ms. Zhang Hai. We are very inspired to see how very different and rich cultures are gathered here with the same purpose, which is to strengthen the world of entrepreneur women in the business world. In China, we get access to Confucius, millennials' wisdom and preserving their integrity of their homes. And in Russia, the thinking of Tolstoy saying that the richness was in the soul of human beings. And in India, and we can recall Mahatma Gandhi, who used to say that if we want to go ahead and to make progress, we cannot afford to repeat history. We have to make new history. And that's what we are trying to do here. We are rewriting and doing a new history with in international cooperation with under women leadership. And Nelson Mandela's immortal voice that reminds us that courage is not the lack of fear, but overcoming it. And that's it. Each one of us have been building ways in order to transform realities, to open doors, and to transform. And we want to wish excellent business opportunities to all the partners and procurers who are here, or parties who are here. And 90 meetings have been scheduled. 90 B2B meetings have been scheduled so far. Brazil is a land of diversity, of creativity and opportunities, and many of us have been able to demonstrate to the Russian and Chinese delegations that we have hosted throughout the last days, and beautiful partnerships will come. So my very special thanks to everybody who contributed for this forum to become a reality. So Tanya Hayes, where are you, Tanya? Thank you. Vice President of WBA BRICS, who worked tirelessly in order to bring this meeting to Minas Gerais. And I would like to greet all the VPs. Those VPs are volunteer from WBA Brazil. State Representative Gracie. She's an incredible leadership at the State Parliament that represents Minas Gerais with sensitivity and courage, and she didn't spare any efforts in order for this to happen. Danusa, Ludmila, Tatiana, Constancia, Fatima from the Confederation, National Confederation of Industry, and I'm very proud to chair the Forum of Industry of Women in Brazil. The volunteer businesswomen, Gloria, Laura, Rosilda, Mariana, Janete Vaz, Sandra, Patricia, Monteiro, Maria, Zenaide, Luísa, Lilia, Lígia, Bel, Rose Santos, Débora, Nájila, Maíra, Paola, and so on. So many volunteer women who just made this happen. And in particular, Elisa, who was hosting the Russian delegation showcasing the healthcare industry. And Gabriela, Olival, Laila, Luisa, Dominique, thank you. All together, 30 partnerships, and being ahead and, just connecting all that is not easy. And to the incredible men who've supported us, Alfredo Futai, Alcali Caran, Flavio, Ricardo, many others who've been supporting this cause. My husband, Fernando Schiavo, has just arrived and who shares all my anguishes and my sorrows and my joys. And my dear friend, Ana Claudia, who's been mobilizing, inspiring, and working tirelessly for the Brazilian entrepreneurs to have support, to grow and thrive. So count on me. And last but not least, I would like to reaffirm my commitment and conviction that the female protagonism will be able to reduce inequality and transform realities, bringing women to the hub of the global economy. So welcome, ladies and gentlemen. May this be a forum of connections, growth, and long-lasting impact. Thank you. Thank you very much, Monica. Thank you, Ana Claudia. Our apologies, Mr. Roscoe, for having broken the protocol, but we're very proud to have those two brilliant women opening our event. Now we would like to invite Ms. Gracie de Queiroz Elias, representing the municipal, the office of the State Parliament. We also would like to invite Cristina Lúcia de Cássio Schirmer, the Attaché Culture Secretariat, representing Mr. Álvaro Damião, the current mayor of Belo Horizonte. Also, we'd like to invite Mr. Calil Caran, Secretary of International Relations from the parliamentary group, representing the Federal Senate. And Ms. Margarete Coelho, Director of Administration Finance from International Branch of SEBRAE. We also would like to thank the presence of the diplomatic representatives at the federal, regional, and local level, other authorities and interpreters and other guests that are honoring us either here in presence or remotely. And now, finally, the host of this event, Mr. Flávio Roscoe. Let's give him a big hand. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Let me start by greeting Ana Claudia Bratti, the chair of the board of the SEMEC, and Ms. Mônica Monteiro, the president of the National Forum of Interpreter Women at CNI. The two great figures ahead of this wonderful meeting, and together with all the other women that have been named here. So again, we reinforce our gratitude for having picked the State of Minas Gerais, and we hope that discussions are going to be extremely fruitful and that will have the chance to enrich the role of women in economics. And Grace Elias, she is one of our greatest representatives. She has been developing an extraordinary work, and she's definitely ahead of her time. Congratulations for the amazing work you have been developing, in our gratitude on behalf of the industrial sector. Mr. Alexandre Schirmer, welcome. And our sentiments here, and for the death of Mr. Fuad, our former mayor. Ms. Margarete Coelho, I would like to greet on behalf of the business women, Ms. Patricia Vinci, the president of the metal mechanical industries, and also my peers, Nadine Donato, and from the FEComércio, Tony, who's the president of FAENG, and Valmin, the president of Fedra Minas. And on name of whom I would like to greet all the businessmen and women who helped to put this event together. I will be brief. In order to change the world, we have to start at home. In 2008, we had 24% of the leadership cases led by women, and nowadays we have 32%. This is still too little, but we have many women ahead of organizations. Louisa, Ms. Sheng, who's the executive vice president and the strategic director of the China Investment Corporation. And so we are very proud to see that we have many more positions led by women, 64% altogether in our country. And out of 55% of 10,000 employees are women. And bear in mind that industrial entities that used to be virtually, occupied by men. So it is a a very exciting transformation. It basically gives a new face to the sector, to the organizations, and to society. And women have been contributing a lot for the social transformation, but we still can do more. And initiatives like this one that shows the examples of extraordinary women that have been, expanding their realm of action might be an example to be followed to women like the ones I have at home, my 3 daughters. And I hope they can keep on working, being inspired by women like you. So I wish us all a great event. To our international guests, we would like to warmly welcome you. And if you have the chance to get to know Minas is far beyond just business. It has a lot of culture, a lot of art. So thank you for your presence.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Flavio Roscoe. So I'm going to yield the floor now to Khalil Karam, he is Secretary for International Relations from the Federal Senate in Brazil. Let's give him a big hand, everyone. Good evening, everyone. Actually, I came from a country really far, far away, with a very different culture in regards to women. I have 2 daughters and a son here in Brazil. And whenever one talks about women, I really support everything full throttle, because I know that women are simply the most important, persons that exist. So in the Federal Senate, we have the BRICS Institute, and we had quite a few meetings after seeing the magnificent work that Danny's doing together with Donna, and all of the women who are here seated with them. And these days we have seen a lot of good responses from the Federal Senate. Also, we have other branches of the BRICS Institute in São Paulo and in Brasilia. And there is actually, in the BRICS Institute in the Federal Senate in Brasilia, there has been a lot of encouragement for you to keep, working with us. So there's one little thing I'd like to read for you, and I promise it will be short. I have to say that I'm truly happy to see a woman leading the BRICS, to show the strength and the capacity that women have in politics and in international diplomacy as well. Her leadership is actually an example that should inspire women all over the world, since it shows that it is possible to reach these high positions and to make a difference in the global scene. Your view and your experience will be fundamental to guide the BRICS and their efforts to promote sustainable development, cooperation, and peace among member countries. And we look forward to seeing the progress that will certainly be achieved under your leadership. Congratulations, all of you exceptional women, for your leadership. Let you be a source of inspiration and motivation for every woman seeking to make a difference in the world. Congratulations, Monica. Congratulations to all women, and we are here to help you. And, as I get to the end of my remarks, I would like, the BRICS, and we currently have 11 countries, and I think that we now have more than 14 countries being invited, and that has actually changed, the reality. In Arab countries such as Saudi Arabia and Lebanon, 50% of women and men in politics. I really hope that Brazil will also teach other countries so that women can be praised and valued for who they are. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Khalil Karam. Let me now yield the floor to Mrs. Cristina Lucia de Castro Schirmer. Let's give him a big hand. Good evening, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to start by greeting all the members of the panel. as I greet first Margarete Coelho, Mr. Kalil Karam, Congresswoman Gracie, Ana Claudia, Monica, and Mr. Flavio Roscoe. I have to say that I am truly happy to be with you today. Well, I should start by saying that it's kind of hard for me to be here with you today, but obviously I could never miss this meeting. The City Hall is mourning the loss of our dear Mayor, Fuad Noman, but still we understood that it would nonetheless be very important for the City Hall to be represented in this meeting. So once Mayor Álvaro Damião and Secretary Eliana Barreiros is not in Belo Horizonte and who cannot be in attendance, I am here to basically deliver a few quick remarks. I'd like to start by thanking Tanya Hayes for the conversation that we had at the offices of the Secretary of Culture together with Chiara, our advisor for international relations. And given what we could do, we attempted to help in whatever we could do, but I am already extending an invitation to meeting you again at the Secretary of Culture so that we can keep moving with this conversation so that not only this meeting, but everything that concerns such an important subject, which is entrepreneurship by women, so that we can actually have more meetings such as this organized in Belo Horizonte. We're very much looking forward to supporting you, so you can count on us from City Hall. I think that female entrepreneurship is something that, in a way, touches upon various different areas. And I think that we have a very interesting experience in entrepreneurship inside the Secretary of Culture, since culture also has ties with entrepreneurship. We have wonderful cultural entrepreneurs, wonderful experiences to speak about, not only in Belo Horizonte, but actually all over Minas Gerais and in Brazil, which I believe have to be looked at. We have to look at female entrepreneurship, cultural businesses as well, and how we can support these women and women entrepreneurs who work in culture. Again, another important subject, and I'd just like to leave this as a recommendation so that in a future meeting we might also open some room for that discussion. Women entrepreneurs working in culture. And to wrap up, I'd like to actually share with you something that Mayor Álvaro Damião wrote earlier today to honor our dear former mayor, Fuad Noman. And I decided to basically share with you this, small text he wrote to Fuad. And he says, politics can be done tenderly. Fuad was a firm person without being intolerant. He was always proposing things without ever imposing his own views. And he knew very clearly what he wanted to do, since he was always a man of dialogue, a man who looked for convergence and unity. Fuad was a warrior, however, always with a beautiful smile, always feeling good about life, and always sharing his time between the love he had for his family and the love he had for Belo Horizonte. So he left us with a life's example and a legacy of commitment to public administration. May God take him in his kingdom, and may he have a blessed and deserved rest. Let's follow his lessons and his examples so that we can fulfill the things he committed to doing, which revolve around turning our city into a better place to live. So that's the message from Álvaro Damião, the mayor of Belo Horizonte. Thank you very much, Christina Schirmer. Right now, let's hear the words of Congresswoman Gracie de Queiroz Elias. Let's give her a big hand. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I am truly happy to be here today participating in such a great meeting. I have to say that this is a festive evening to see here an auditorium filled with women and with men as well. And this is the world we live in, women and men. side by side, building the world that we want to live in. It's not about the war of the sexes. This meeting is basically meant to say that we women are now up and awake, and that we want to be close to great men such as yourself, Flavio, Nadim, and Donato, who are also here. Toninha, also from FAENG, my many thanks to you. Renato, Silvana, our partners in organizing this meeting. You know, about men and women side by side so that we can truly build things together. This is what we have in our hearts as a burning desire, and this is why we're here together in this great purpose of making sure that Minas Gerais can embrace every international participant to show that we're truly happy with your presence here, and we believe that certainly great deals will come out of this great meeting. Monica and Ana Claudia, what a joy. Thank you very much for your trust and for your invitation, which led me to be here. Let me thank you for being here together with you, starting this meeting. And I am quite sure that we're going to have 2 days, today and tomorrow, of a lot of growth, a lot of lessons to learn, and great exchanges. Christina, we know how challenging it is for all of you who work in public administration. Thank you very much for being here. And let me also say how grateful I am also for Governor Zema for being here and for having honored our meeting with his attendance. All of you who are here also, who came from abroad, our governor was here today with us to show how important this subject is for him and the administration. Right, Mrs. Commander? Moments in which we have to encourage the participation of women, because being an entrepreneur is about seizing the opportunities that are there around for us. And we women have shown that we're very much ready to do that, right? Ana Sanchez, we're very much ready to do this alongside also other great people who are here to make a difference. Margaret Chiquita, thank you very much for representing Sebrae, National Sebrae. She was also a congresswoman. I'm on my second term as a federal congresswoman, and we have built great friendships, by the way, via the job that we have done in Congress, and by believing that we have to have public policy that help entrepreneurs so that principles and values are safeguarded as well, and that makes a difference to Minas Gerais and to Brazil. I'm very proud of having you today at Sebrae, contributing and incentivizing and encouraging women to believe that they can become entrepreneurs, they can become economically independent, they can achieve, they can dream and make their dreams come true. Let me also greet Yuda Elias, my sister who's a farmer, and on her behalf, let me also greet all of you who sent some time aside in your schedules to be with us today in this end of afternoon or beginning of evening. I mean to be brief, but let me also acknowledge the fact that this auditorium today is not only a space in which this conference is happening, this is actually a landmark moment for Minas Gerais to have a meeting from BRICS women, from the WBA, Monica. It is another display of the fact that women are truly awake, and we are now positioned to build and collaborate with men to build the country that we all look for. This filled room shows the leading role that women are now occupying, which is no longer a dream, but a reality in the world in which we live. And as we look at the numbers, this transformation cannot be denied. In Brazil, women already represent or account for 48% of the formal labor workforce. In leading positions, we have seen a change of 30% in the last 5 years, and a number of women entrepreneurs grew by more than 25% since 2022. This means that every day, thousands of women are opening businesses, leading teams, and making the economy move forward. We have more women also occupying technical and managerial positions in industrial organizations and sales organizations. They are actually the majority between small and medium businesses. And agribusiness progress has been even more impressive. Last year alone, a number of farms led by women grew by 21% in Brazil. And when a woman leads people in the field. They are transforming not only the land, but all communities that are around them. But what makes this presence so special and powerful is our humane glance and perspective, the ability to lead with empathy, to listen carefully, to negotiate, however, without ever losing sight of our sensitivity. And in this automated, digitized world, it is precisely these qualities that will be highly appreciated. We are entering an age in which technology is taking over lots of tasks, but the human relations, they become that which constitutes your competitive advantage. And this is us women who shine the most in such a situation, since we can merge compassion and competence, strategy and sensitivity, results and responsibility. Because down the line, it is not only the algorithms that create bonds, those who inspire teams or who transform cultures are actually people. And women are true experts in dealing with people. We who lead industrial plants and who manage family businesses, multinational organizations, cooperatives, startups, we know that very well. The future of work is also feminine because it is very much relational, collaborative, and inclusive. And the Women BRICS was born to basically acknowledge that and to show that when women from emerging countries get together, they not only grow, they create new opportunities for the world. Because to be an entrepreneur means to identify opportunities. And let me actually sincerely thank each and every one of you who overcame your fear and opened a business and who remained there steadfast in a man-dominated environment. Those of you who came back to work after becoming mothers and after facing all sorts of challenges, who decided to turn opportunities into reality. We are no longer, or not only the protagonists of our own stories, but we also those who build bridges for other women to cross. And those of us who believe in a fairer future, thank you for being here, thank you for existing, thank you for resisting, and thank you for leading the way. The business world will no longer be the same after us. Politics will no longer be the same after women began to participate in it, and the BRICS will become much stronger now that we are in the center of that transformation. Let this meeting be more than just ideas exchanged around us. Let it become a pact of growth, partnership, and recognition, because when one woman grows, this one will take many other women with her. So congratulations, women from the BRICS. The present and the future belong to us. Thank you very much, and let us all have a truly unforgettable meeting. May God bless all of you. Thank you very much for allowing me to be here with you today. Thank you, Congresswoman Gracie Queiroz. Let me also thank all of you for your kind words. Let me now invite you to please take the center of the stage so that we can take a picture, because we really have to record this moment. And right after that, we are going to have Margarete Coelho with us to talk to you about a most important thing that will be launched here for all of us women entrepreneurs. So while they're there taking the picture, again, a very special picture, let's watch an institutional video from Sebrae. The time is now, and this is not only a sentence. This is actually something that means a lot to those who are wishing to create their own opportunities, to be entrepreneurs. And things have not been done quite our way. We can work in a competitive market, a market that has never had our perspective. We can offer something that seems to be common, but it will not be if it has that unique touch that we only can give it. Our time is now, because we need to continue with the stories that actually came before us and to open the doors to those who will still come up. And this is unheard of, not because this was never done before, but because this is going to be done our way. And each one of us is unique, because the way we are cannot be copied. It doesn't matter if your business is only starting, if you're in the middle of your journey, or if it's not even something that was ever materialized. Your time can be now, and we're going to be by your side in this journey. Sebrae Women. Okay, let's give it a big hand, guys. And now we're going to talk a little about a most important launch, which is the BRICS Women Startup Contest. Connecting markets and creating opportunities for businesses led by women. That's the mission of BRICS WBA, Women's Business Alliance, to strengthen women entrepreneurs as drivers of economic growth and sustainable innovation. So a global initiative was created, which in 2025 will be organized by SEBRAE with the purpose of giving visibility to women entrepreneurs producing innovative solutions for the challenges faced by their markets and communities, and to acknowledge these talented women in those startups. Let me now yield the floor to Margarete Coelho, the Director for Administration and Finance at SEBRAE National, and she is going to officially launch the BRICS Women Startups Contest. Okay, the floor is yours, Margarete Coelho. Congratulations. Good afternoon, everyone, ladies and gentlemen, and allow me to first greet very dear people who are here with us today. Anna Kotaiji, and I'm a woman entrepreneur, and she has worked in all sorts of businesses. My dear friend Monica Monteiro. Let me also greet Gracie Elias, such a powerful congresswoman who also represents the women of Minas Gerais. Flavio Roscoe, really nice to meet you, Flavio.
Mr. Kalil Kara, it's a great pleasure to see you again. And allow me to greet Ms. Christina Lucia. Christina, please convey to all of you from the team, all of you who had the chance to work with Mr. Fuad, our condolences. And I want to greet our superintendent of the local SEBRAE, Mr. Afonso Maria. Let me also greet all the women who have joined us today and who are attending this event. And let me again reinforce how glad we are for attending this event and all the missions and institutions. And let me do that on the person of someone who hosted us very warmly, Ms. Anna Nesterova. Ms. Nesterova, it's a great joy for us to see you. May we be as kind to you as Moscow was to us. So let me first tell you about our satisfaction of taking part in this forum of 2025. This was an event that was consolidated as a milestone in the business. And I want to really thank the CACB, the WBA, and the other organizing institutions for opening this a forum of dialogue and joint construction. You know that SEBRAE has been very solidly and as an initiative at SEBRAE Delas that was geared towards training entrepreneur women, trying to offer support and the necessary tools for women to develop and consolidate their own businesses. And we have served over 500,000 women, specifically at SEBRAE Delas, this program, more than 500,000 women in 2024 only. We supported more than 5,500 women. And this is even more important for our agenda. And I'm very honored for attending this forum and for being able to officially launch the BRICS Women Startup Contest under the leadership of Brazil. SEBRAE, together with all those wonderful partnerships, we are ahead of the organization of this very important contest that values the innovative spirit of women, a very clear renovation of this commitment and guaranteeing that SEBRAE's innovation will overcome frontiers, contributing with female presence in innovation. This approach is pretty much aligned with the policy of equity, equality, inclusion, and belonging, with affirmative actions and the strengthening of the participation of historically underrepresented groups in the labor market and the entrepreneur sector. So the context aims at promoting the visibility and the growth of women-led startups in BRICS and strategic partners. Aside to that, the contest pretty much aligned with the BRICS. This is in the WPA, which is an entity that tries to foster the development of policies and initiatives that will encourage women leading businesses. And this contest is aiming at expanding the BRICS agenda, including new countries to the BRICS, and it represents an opportunity to consolidate Brazil as a reference in articulating policies for the sustainable development and the productive inclusion of entrepreneur women. During these BRIC missions in 24, SEBRAE took part in panels and established connections with international partners in order to reinforce the role of women in trade, technology, and innovation. The 2025 edition will allow SEBRAE to go even deeper in this arena, guaranteeing Brazilian entrepreneurs to have access to very concrete business and funding opportunities within their ecosystems. So the business BRICS Women Startups 2025 is also connected to international guidelines, sustainable development, and economic inclusion. The context was structured around main axes like technology, sustainability, health, education, energy, and digital transformation, promoting innovative solutions that will generate positive impacts in many different sectors. That, again, reinforces the neglecting the inclusion pillar. So I would like to invite you all not only to take part on the contest, but to disseminate it through your networks to all women in Brazil or women in those countries and partner countries to take part in this memorable moment of empowerment and where we can see so many women developing the world through their intelligence, their competences, and their personal efforts. Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Margaret Coelho. And just before we play the video about this very important contest, I would like to again acknowledge the presence of Mr. Flavio Rosca, Khalil Karam, State Representative Gracie, Ms. Christina. And so again, thank you very much for taking part in this initial remarks and in the opening moments. And we kindly invite you to get back to your seats. And we invite Anna and Monica to remain on the stage. And we will now have the chance to watch the video about this very relevant contest.
Uma salva de palmas.
So a round of applause. And again, let's break the protocol once again, and Monica, Ana Claudia, and Margaret to please have this official picture. Oh, well, she left already. Yeah, we understand, and she has an important appointment. And let's proceed. And during our event, we'll have many moments of leadership and mobilization, listening to renowned leaders who are ahead of initiatives that promote inclusion and female empowerment in the world of business. I'd like to invite Ms. Eliana Valeria de Souza Costa, the director of the Transportation and Logistics Institute that develop projects for innovation and sustainable development. So a round of applause. We also would like to invite Ms. Danusa da Costa Lima, the head of office of CNI, and to share a couple of insights about the policies that support the the female entrepreneurship at a national level. Ms. Ana Cláudia Badra Cotaide, the president of SEMEC and the Confederation of the Commercial and Entrepreneurial Associations of Brazil, CACB, that have the representativeness of entrepreneur women and business women of all Brazilian states. Ms. Mônica Monteiro, the president of the CNI's National Forum of Women Entrepreneurs, global chairperson of the BRICS WBA, and the president of the Brazilian chapter. She's a consultant of CNBC Brazil. And so a round of applause. And Ms. Luisa Barreto, the president of the CODENGE, the Company for the Development of the State of Minas Gerais. And I am very much honored to be the mediator of this panel about leadership and mobilization. So let's see what is the best setup here for us to start the panel. Very well then, so we would like to start with Ms. Ana Cláudia Cotaide, the creator, together with Monica, of this event that has been so important to us entrepreneur women. So the very first question is to you. How do you see the increase in the representativeness of the women within the association systems, and what are the major strategies that you are putting together in order to keep on promoting this inclusion? Well, good afternoon, ladies, gentlemen. So the way I see this is that our association environment has always been predominantly, dominated by male. And we had 6 boards in São Paulo. And all of a sudden, I started to, basically raise this awareness and to show that we are here to contribute instead of, just arguing. And we want to add more people to take part in this inclusion moment. So this is how we got to where we are right now, was really raising the awareness of all the heads of the federations, the CEOs of the federations. And SENEC at this moment has 900 boards. So altogether, 2,200 associations, 900 of which presided by women in 2.5 years. So within another 2 years' time, I think that we might be able to cover all those with women. So number one is really to raise the awareness, to sensitize people, to show women how they can lead. So we have to train them and to build the skills in order for them to effectively be able to lead and have an attitude that will allow them to be, side by side with all the others, either within a company or an association or a corporation, in order for them to be able to effectively lead, demonstrating that they can lead, that women can lead. So we promoted training courses, leadership training courses that were very helpful in disseminating those concepts. And number 3, I would say that is basically the attitude. Women have to be able to have this firm attitude as an entrepreneur, demonstrating that they know their way through, they know how to go about things. And my example might be very illustrative. When I dived into the association world, I didn't really know much about that. My husband actually paved the way to me, and I learned with time, and I demonstrated that I was able to do it. So it was really, and I have to tell you that I am highly respected in our network because I worked hard for that. And the attitude, and actually the leadership, I was not even aware that I had it in the first place, but I just went on very firmly and with a lot of steadfastness, showing women that they can lead, and including women. And I have to say that we have more than 20%, actually more than 20% of women ahead of trade associations, of leading boards, and being ahead of directors. So this is very important. This ultimately, in my opinion, was what made the difference. So a round of applause, Monica, indeed, making all the difference. So Monica, how is it that the Women Business Alliance has been promoting the role of women in international trade, in particular within the BRICS context? And what are the main opportunities that you envision for Brazilian entrepreneurs who wish to export their services, goods and services? Well, I think that I have to tell you that Shao and Nesterova and their teams, they have been teaching me a lot with the Russian entrepreneurs, with Egyptian entrepreneurs. And the incredible thing about this is how we are so different, but we are so similar at the same time. And this is how cool things can be, regardless of, the country, the language, the way people, are dressed, but we are, gathered around a common purpose. And just recently, someone from Egypt asked Ms. Nesterova, and she said, we have been giving mutual support. And this is what ultimately makes a difference here in Brazil and abroad. We offer mutual support because that's what we want. We want to show those figures. And by way of figures, women, in leadership positions, in exporting companies that have their tax-paying IDs, it's 24% of them are Americans. And in the BRICS, we have 14%. So we have this gap that we have to try to bridge. In China, we have amazing, incredible women, and we learn a lot with them on how they, navigate their way through problems and obstacles. And we have been offering the support. And as Nesterova said, this is a network, and the governance structure, is unique to each country. But we have been, leading the missions, showing that exporting is a great deal, is extremely cool. In the beginning, it's not, at all easy or we shouldn't see things with rose-tinted glasses or anything. And here in Brazil, we are friendly, but we are extremely highly regulated. And we think it's apparently easy, but it's not. The ambassador of India, who's been leading many missions from India, it is tough, but once you are here, I mean, you will hardly feel like leaving. So, and the turnovers increase, and the risk of being alone in a country is mitigated. You go together with other countries, but all that has to go through the barriers of fear, insecurity, uncertainty. And Maida from Sebrae, from Apex, can give us, some light and shed some light on what can be done. And here we are together in this project. And that's why events like this are so incredible, because they can clarify questions and foster investments, not the average size companies. We want the large ones. So we have CEOs of mining companies, we have CEOs of banks and other financial institutions, and we have leaders who are already exporting, but we want them to export even further. And we want the Chinese industry to come and to, and I met them, incredible. I know that's why the WBA exists for, to clarify questions, to answer those questions, and to make, create this network and to put people in contact with one another. Thank you, Monica, for, facilitating this access to foreign trade. Now, our question is to Eliana Valeria de Souza. Eliana, the new technologies are, creating a revolution in the logistics, and e-commerce is one of the main elements of this transformation. What are the trends of this segment, and how do you see them creating an impact on those companies?
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm really happy to be with you. I work with logistics, transportation. I'm truly flattered to be in this meeting. Let me thank Monica, Anna. Thank you very much for inviting me, and also my dear friends, Daluz and Luisa. Truly happy to be here, guys. Welcome to Minas Gerais, by the way. I come from Minas Gerais. I was born in Belo Horizonte, so welcome to our land, to our town, which is beautiful and welcoming as well. I hope you guys will enjoy it. So to talk about logistics is a crucial thing, because logistics is what moves goods in this country. I mean, it moves the whole world, as a matter of fact, and new technologies have also, in a way, challenged this industry. And we in logistics have been working to try and understand what the new needs are, the new technologies that are coming about, what our logistics companies have to do in Brazil and in the world. The Federation of Transportation, SESTS and EITL, which make up the Brazil transport system, they are working hard to help the transportation industry improve so that it becomes more competitive and better suitable for what is now required of it, and more sustainable as well. We represent 191,000 logistics companies, and I'm talking about road transportation, railroads, waterways, and aerial transportation companies from all over the country. And we improve to try and we work to try to improve things, because we transport progress, we transport development. We take products from industrial plants, from commercial organizations, products that are needed by every Brazilian citizen, and we also ship them abroad. So you can count on us to help you build businesses, to talk about the products that you have and how we can transport them around. And I'm really happy to be in this Women's Forum as well, Monica, and to have a chance to say that we, from the transportation system, almost 9,000 employees, 62.3% of us are women. So I'm really happy for that, because this is something that basically happened organically based on the competence and skills that we have. And in leading positions, 52.5% of medium to high to upper management positions are occupied by women. We have lots of directors also in Brasilia, working with the another two colleagues. I'm actually a member of the National Executive Board of our organization, and this is really important because, as many of you said here before me, diversity is truly important, because we have different ideas, different thoughts, different skills, and our companies need that. And this is no different in logistics. So to have access to new technologies, Deborah, it is very important, and this is something that we do quite skillfully. We have to train people as well so that they are able to enjoy what these technologies have to offer. So we provide training to folks on the shop floor all the way to upper management. So we identify managers in the transportation business to prepare them to face these new opportunities and many other fields also that are coming up in our business so that we're truly able to deliver top quality information to our population and to our communities in general, because transportation and logistics today, like I said, we transport people, we transport products, whether it is for agribusiness, industrial companies, truly important. And we are so happy to share with you the fact that we're very much open to talking. I can see some amazing women here, and this is truly, inspirational to see such amazing women from all over the world. That's important in itself. And transportation is a transnational business as well of key relevance. And since it is a key business in the world, we women also play a key role in this business, wherever we are in this world, because we women know and are very much able to make a difference in the industries where we work. So I'm close to finishing, but I'd like to say that, after working for 45 years, started working back in the 80s, I have to say that I'm really happy to be here today to, possibly inspire other women to show that, yes, we can do it. We can make a difference wherever we are, in whatever industry or company in which we work. So, and logistics is no different than that. We are here to deliver whatever is needed. And more importantly, we're here to believe in our talent as well. As Anna and Monica said, we need to believe in ourselves wherever we are. So I'd like to invite you on May 7th in Brasilia to join us in the meeting that we're calling Women in Transportation. I'd like to invite you all to be there. So thank you very much for this opportunity, and I wish us all a great meeting. Thank you very much. A woman who has made a difference in a predominantly male business. Congratulations for you and your initiatives. Now, Danusa Costa Lima, the question that I have for you is, I'd like to hear what initiatives the Federation of the Industries have done to basically include more women in the business environment. Well, first I have to say how happy I am to be in this meeting. You see, this meeting was built with, a lot of effort, Monica and Anna, an effort made by truly wonderful women, and every single day I see how wonderful it is to work with them. And let me also, before I go there, let me also thank my dear colleagues for being here, everyone who came from abroad, everyone, the men also who are present with us today. And let me now try and answer the question about what we've been doing. Anna and Monica, I'll take the liberty of actually recording or stating for the record the job done by two women from the Federation of the Industries. Isabel Achikawa, she is the chairperson of the Federation of the Industries of Roraima. She is leading the Federation of the Industries of the state of Roraima, and Renata Carneiro, developing amazing work at the Federation of the Industries of Bahia. She has also chaired unions and women's committees in these organizations, and this really speaks volumes about the great work that we have done to foster women entrepreneurs and to increase the participation of women in leading positions inside organizations. But more specifically, and talking about the National Confederation of Industries, we are responsible for consolidating the work that is being done by the National Forum of Business Women, and there we count on the participation of a lot of our female members. Thank you also for being here. Monica is our chairperson, by the way, and we develop a number of different actions. And the idea behind this forum for business women is to basically congregate or to gather together women occupying leading positions, women who are leading organizations, unions, and different federations as well, business federations, so that in these meetings we can discuss true proposals, ideas for women entrepreneurs as well. We actually had a chance to put these proposals submit these proposals for the appreciation of female members of Congress. Truly successful project. We also have a most important project now to strengthen our network. We're trying to develop a network for women from all 27 Brazilian states. This is a project that we are trying to implement now, Monica, because it's actually quite interesting to learn more about the reality of each region of Brazil, because Brazil, obviously, it's a big country, so we have a wide diversity of realities as well. So this is a project that we mean to develop still this year. The CNI also has another extensive program to offer capacity building opportunities so that the skills of women are developed. And there's one thing that I'd like to mention. It's basically the mentorship that we have been offering to help women achieve positions in the global market. As Monica said, it's quite hard. I mean, every country has, rules that sometimes are a little scary. And women need to possess the tools to face these obstacles and ultimately achieve their goals, which is to basically be able to offer, the services and products of their businesses in other markets as well. There's also a program that I'd like to mention, which is the one for union excellence. One of the pillars of this program is about developing female union leaders, because this is truly necessary. We really must include women in unions as well, because we see that gains actually are going to be felt by, the collectivity, by everyone if we do that. So there's quite a few actions that we are currently developing. Others are still being idealized, but I am, however, sure of one thing, right, Anna and Monica, which is to work in a network, to work together to see women shine wherever they like, obviously with the participation of men. Because if you have a more diverse working environment, you have more creative working environments, more productive working environments, and this is exactly what we are looking for. So every action that we are implementing today is meant to produce good outcomes such as these. And meetings like the one in which we are now is also helps us further improve and foster these programs. Let me thank you for being here at the news and your initiatives too. But Luisa, you're a young woman who's occupied a lot of leading positions, and now you're chairing CODENGE, the company for the development of the state of Minas Gerais, but you also chaired EMATER, which is an agricultural development organization in Minas Gerais. Well, thank you for your introductory remarks, and let me also greet every woman and man also on attendance. It's important actually to have men also participating in our discussions about sometimes, yes, feminine issues, so that those discussions do not get stuck only, amongst us women. So you were talking a little about my past experience, and it might be slightly different than yours because mine was basically done, as a civil servant. I've been a civil servant from the executive branch of the state of Minas Gerais, and I ended up building a bit of a trajectory that led me to leading positions. And I was actually the first woman to chair 2 state companies in Minas Gerais, EMATER, which again works with agribusiness, and CODENGE, which is a development organization that started first working with mining and also deals in infrastructure. So those are areas in which you mostly have men, historically at least, and those organizations, have been around for over 70 years, and I was the first woman to chair the 2 of them. And it's kind of a different experience because you begin to wonder what actually, causes 2 organizations such as these, and specifically, public organizations, state-owned organizations, and why haven't you ever had women leading them? And this sometimes, the answer might be, okay, technical skills. No, I mean, women don't lack technical skills, not only in Brazil, but also in the world. And if you look at the last census from 2022, women have more years of schooling. Women are actually the majority of the students graduating for college are women. So women today are actually better educated and better trained than men in Brazil. And we can see that difference when you look at the figures, facts and figures, but it's not actually something that is reflected in the number of people occupying positions of leadership. In public administration, there's also the political element, which might actually hurt us a little bit. And that might be the big change that we must implement there, because I believe that this transformation that we have seen of women becoming ever more present in organizations, whether they are state-owned or privately held organizations, although we're still, in much lower numbers than men, that's because of our own skills, right? And education that we have acquired. And that's what has helped us, ascend to these positions. But oftentimes, we cannot go through that entire transformation without discussing leadership, without obviously mobilizing ourselves and discussing the politics of it, because politics is something that is present in every organization, not only state organizations. And when I heard you talk about cooperatives, and when I heard you talk about the federations that you work in and the networks that you're developing, it is important not only to have the participation, but actually we have to have women also willing to engage in the politics of it, because obviously it's not that this doesn't happen because of a lack of skill, but sometimes we don't really want to get into environments which are almost exclusively political. Because if you look at the arenas in which political discussions occur and where decisions are made, those are predominantly male environments, because relationships are not built only inside the work environment. So you end up having leaders being formed and discussions taking place, which again go very much beyond technical discussions or work discussions, in environments that are not necessarily the company where you work or the work environment. It happens actually elsewhere in conversations that women have to find a way to participate in, right? So that we can actually have men and women following obviously a common purpose, but by building political relationships as well. And this is what politics is in the end. But sometimes we have a little bit of prejudice against politics. And I'm happy actually to see Congresswoman Gracie, dear friend of mine, by the way, because she is a person, wherever she is, wherever you have men and women, but if you have women talking about that, she's going to be there, because she knows we cannot limit ourselves to our circles and that only. And it's really, really great to be here, because we see women who are occupying leading positions not only in their organizations, but in organizations that actually go beyond that and which connect to companies, connect to other groups of individuals. As we talk about, federations and cooperatives, we end up actually seeing maybe the last big barrier that we women have to occupy even more space. The big barrier that we have, and the governor spoke about that earlier, is to join politics. So let us not, to acquire less technical knowledge. No, we have to keep doing that. Let us also keep educating ourselves, but let's also become more available to get into politics. Great remarks. Thank you, Luisa. Congratulations to all of you global women who give voice to so many others who are starting their businesses and who are overcoming prejudice, and oftentimes also going over barriers to expand their businesses. So now, if you could please go to the center of the stage to take an official picture of our panel. Okay, I'm happy to join the picture too. Okay, thank you very much. So now we are going to start the next panel. So let me go over to the podium. So thank you very much, everyone. Thank you very much for being here with us. Can I use this microphone? Okay, so let's do this. Okay, so the next panel is about public policy. And after so many emotions and information as well, are you enjoying this? So who here is from Minas Gerais? If you could please raise your hands. Okay, a lot of you here. And we have people here from more than 57 countries present today. I mean, between today and tomorrow, actually. So this is going to be a very interesting meeting, lots of important connections to make. So Brazil occupies the 54th place in the world, ranking in second place in Latin America in terms of the Global Innovation Index. In the past 7 years, the participation of women in the technology business grew by 80%, from 27.9 thousand women to more than 50,000 in 2022. This is still a small number if we consider that only 5% of startups, of Brazilian startups that is, are founded with the participation of women. And to transform this reality, public policy performs an important role in incentivizing innovation and in creating a favorable environment for the development of technology, and by promoting competitiveness and by offering input and also fiscal incentives and subsidies and loans also for startups and small and medium organizations. And to talk about this subject, let me invite to the stage Mr. Suresh Reddy, the Ambassador of India. Let's give him a big hand.
We also would like to invite Mr. Khalil Karam, the Secretary of International Relations, as a representative of the Federal Senate. We also would like to invite Grace de Queiroz Elias, State Representative, a Congresswoman, and she is Manager of the Female Entrepreneurship, Diversity and Inclusion, or rather, Trade and Investment Lead Specialist at Inter-American Development Bank, Leonardo Lahoud, rather. So this was a change in the program because Ms. Gracie is not taking part in the panel, but Mr. Lahoud instead is. So, Mr. Surati, feel free to open this panel. Muito obrigado a todos. Eu gostaria de iniciar agradecendo a senhora Mônica, que é uma liderança nata, não só uma líder empreendedora, mas uma pessoa que realmente faz a diferença. E quando a gente fala a respeito desses assuntos, nós temos 3 elementos que realmente chamam a atenção. Eu vou começar pelo último, que está relacionado a convidar as mulheres para terem um papel um pouco mais importante na política. No caso da Índia, por exemplo, para falar a verdade, nós, do ponto de vista cultural, nós temos sim chamado cada vez mais a atenção para a importância da participação, do valor do voto e da democracia. Nós tivemos um encontro entre a Comissão de Eleições e uma entidade brasileira que veio discutir a respeito da questão da importância da democracia. E nós, sem dúvida alguma, concordamos que era necessário nós termos uma representação feminina maior no processo eletivo. E a Índia é um país que recentemente celebrou a sua independência, e quando nós celebramos o centenário da independência, nós achávamos que seríamos um país desenvolvido. E quando falamos sobre políticas públicas, a gente sempre faz a pergunta, o que é que nós estamos tentando buscar? Nós queremos, em 2047, ser considerados um país desenvolvido. Mas o que fazer como ponto de partida? Em primeiro lugar, nós aprovamos um projeto de lei que 3% de todas as cadeiras do governo seriam ocupadas por mulheres, e quaisquer processos eleitorais teriam pelo menos 33% de mulheres, seja no nível estadual, municipal ou federal. E nas próximas eleições, realmente, nós alcançamos esse marco que para a gente foi algo importantíssimo. Estamos muito satisfeitos, muito felizes, realizados, né? Eu devo dizer que nem todos estão satisfeitos, em especial, né, os homens, alguns que ocupavam essas cadeiras, nem todos ficaram assim tão satisfeitos por né, tê-las cedido para uma participação feminina, mas ainda assim é uma grande mudança. E em terceiro lugar, nós reconhecemos, né, que a Índia, assim como o Brasil, é um país de dimensões geográficas imensas, uma população imensa, né, extraordinária. Então, como é que a gente consegue viver com esse desequilíbrio? Então, nós decidimos usar a tecnologia para melhorar, mitigar esses desequilíbrios, em especial, né, pensando nas áreas rurais, em que há menos acesso, né, para reduzir um pouco esse desequilíbrio. E também, né, pensando na iniciativa privada, nós temos 1,3 bilhões de pessoas que estão conectadas, mas quase 48% desse contingente é de mulheres. E hoje, elas estão se tornando as tomadoras de decisões no comércio eletrônico, aquilo que vão comprar, e também, né, o impacto que isso tem na economia é imenso, porque as plataformas de comércio eletrônico, né, na Índia têm aí um movimento de 300 bilhões de dólares, que, né, basicamente vão ser dominados pelas consumidoras femininas. E isso, por si só, já nos indica, né, de que maneira nós já podemos pensar nessas estratégias, em como mirar nas mulheres como um público, né? E nós, aos pouquinhos, vamos conseguindo fazer essa disseminação. E todos nós temos aqui, né, mulheres na liderança, e pensamos que as empresas que têm, né, ações em bolsa, que têm capital aberto, nós temos mais de 5.000 empresas que, né, têm ações em bolsa, eles têm que ter uma mulher nos seus conselhos curadores. E 97% das empresas com ações em bolsa deveriam ter mulheres nos seus conselhos. E não só isso, mas também o número, né, de empresas lideradas por mulheres. E as 500 maiores empresas indianas têm mulheres. Inclusive os grandes bancos, as grandes instituições financeiras, né, os grandes bancos, sejam bancos estatais ou do setor privado, né, que têm CEOs, tem mulheres que estão ali, né, nos cargos de liderança. E hoje mesmo, né, nós ouvimos aí a respeito das mulheres nos BRICS, é uma iniciativa fantástica, a WPA, e nós, né, sabemos que a Índia é a terra das startups. Nós temos mais de 7.000 startups na Índia que são lideradas por mulheres, que têm mulheres como fundadoras e que estão ali com uma atuação importantíssima no espaço. E para mostrar o poder e o sucesso das startups, no ano passado, em 2024 somente, nós tivemos aí um levantamento de $1 bilhão de capitais, né, de capital sendo atraído, o que de novo mostra o poder da liderança feminina, a paixão que as mulheres trazem, né, para a sua gestão. Então, uma vez que nós oferecemos a oportunidade, as mulheres demonstram que, sem dúvida, podem deixar um legado respeitável. E nós temos inúmeras áreas em que nós podemos promover a troca de experiências, para promover o empoderamento feminino, né, para, de fato, deixar consagrar as mulheres como uma parte significativa da economia. E eu tenho certeza que a experiência brasileira é muito válida, é muito útil e vai agregar ainda mais. E essa não é uma discussão que, claro, tem que ficar restrita às mulheres. Os homens também, né, têm que se unir a essa causa, né, para que, de fato, essa liderança possa se efetivar. Muitíssimo obrigado. Thank you very much, Mr. Khalil. I would actually like to talk and address a topic, which is how BRICS is growing around the world and how women are, having a huge impact around the world. And we have been exporting cattle for Turkey and many countries of the Middle East, and actually some countries of Africa as well. And I would like to give you an example of a woman from Africa, and she was actually a daughter of a president. She actually, well, we didn't know she was the daughter of the president of the Congo, actually. And we sent 3,500 pregnant cows, 46 bulls or oxes, and they were exported. They were sent and to one of the largest dairy properties, and we are actually providing support for the nutrition of this herd. So I am a firm believer of the female competence, and this is increasing over the world. And women are not out there to, make war, but rather to settle and to make peace and to offer, tenderness to people. It's less conflict, more efficiency, and this is how they do it. They raise their kids in order to go out there, fight and work and get back home. And the BRICS and the women here in Brazil can be called the BRICS of peace, and they can call and invite women from all over the country. And the BRICS is growing incredibly, and we have overcome many, many barriers, many frontiers in Indonesia, in Malaysia, in the Emirates, Arab Emirates, and we have many, Brazilian companies that are now opening in India, and we have a woman who's a partner of this company. And the only thing I pray to God is that we have no, barriers. Because when I abandoned my country, Lebanon, to come to Brazil, it's been 46 years that I was here in Brazil, and Alfredo Karam, who was a left-wing admiral, gave me the visa here. So I am a firm believer on women and the peace which is negotiated by women, and the women competence in the world can change, guided by women, with less violence, with more efficiency in their work. And I think we are going to thrive. We are going to win. I have two daughters, and one of them went to law school, Yvette, and she's actually named after my mother, and she specialized in family law. And the very first case, she was so touched by it that she actually paid for the notary fees, and nowadays she's not only in law, she's head of a cosmetic company. But anyway, it's just to demonstrate that we have a lot to gain by working together, and we can help a lot the world to reach more peace all over the world. And thank you very much. Now, Mr. Lahoud, thank you very much. I first would like to offer our gratitude on behalf of the Inter-American Bank of Development. BID has already been a partner of other previous editions of this event, so it's always a pleasure and an honor. Our representative of the International Development Bank of the IDB in Brazil is actually represented. She couldn't attend today, obviously, because of a conflict of father, but she is asked to be duly represented here. And as a multilateral institution, in many studies demonstrate the incredible challenges that women face either in the labor market or the work market or to set up their own businesses. And the first panel actually addressed this, and many others will probably tackle and address. And so my idea is not to talk about that, but rather about high-impact public policies and how the IDB can help to mitigate or to maybe, push and encourage the participation of women in the work market and to, open their own. But let's work on the concept of an IDB. We are not a bank per se, but rather a cooperative of countries. So this is the very first clarification. It's differently from the World Bank and other institutions of this size. I mean, we are not aiming at the profit, but rather at the positive results of a public policy. And I'm saying all of this because obviously we are working with very low interest rate funding and practicing good public policies, and all based on what? And obviously, I'm talking about the impact. When we see the new strategy of the Inter-American Development Bank that was approved at the end of 24, that will stand until 27. A very central element of this is the cross-sectionality of the gender equality. It's a rather complex name, but in practice, what does that mean? That basically means that every single project funded by the bank will necessarily need to be aligned with gender equality. In other words, initiatives with some economic impact or social impact that will, at some bigger or lesser extent, fight gender inequality. And this is important because when we talk about the IDB funding operations in Brazil, this is around 12 billion reals per year that are approved by the bank to operations. So 12 billion reals a year in many different types of projects and proposals and initiatives, and that we will necessarily have this alignment with specific policies, specific initiatives to either mitigate or try to fight, mitigate gender inequality and stimulating gender equality. And a second element of our presence as initiatives, and this is highly connected with the penetration in the international market and women's entrepreneurship, is Connect Americas, which is a fully free platform offered by the bank. And this is a platform that connects, parties interested in selling goods and other parties interested in procuring goods. And aside to this connection between sellers and buyers, it offers training, it offers skill building, it offers upskilling and mitigating the asymmetry of information, which is another great barrier to entry and to access to international markets. And it's totally free, and we have figures. We have over 200,000 women, natural persons, registered in this platform, and we have trained more than 120,000 women. We have more than 80,000 which are either small and medium-sized businesses or micro companies, as we call them. And we also provide business rounds and provide them with opportunities in business rounds. And last year, we had over 50% of female participation, which is a very important policy for the bank. And a good example of the impact of those business rounds in Connect Americas. And last year, in 24, we've promoted in Brazil the greatest fair of food and beverages that was basically focused on small and medium-sized local businesses. So the bank has funded the trip. In other words, the bank didn't fund, but rather paid, and has actually sponsored the trip of, and more than a third of those companies were Brazilian, and it was the first time that this fair was being held in Brazil, in Manaus more specifically, and we had more than 80 international buyers, and the bank has facilitated, and obviously reminding that we are focused on small and medium-sized companies. And over 2 days of events, we have rendered more than 50 million reals in deals that were cut throughout those days, not to mention the future events. But so more than 50% of the small Brazilian companies that were taking part were led by women, and that obviously was intended to be so. And that's for the relevance of such platforms for access to the markets, for training, and again, to overcoming this barrier of the asymmetry of information. And last but not least, the private branch of IDB that basically funds the private sector, which is Bid Invest. And it is through this private branch that we have allocated more than 1 billion reals until 2026, again, geared towards developing small and medium-sized companies led by women specifically. So we have already impacted positively since 24 more than 8,000 small and medium-sized companies of the region. And the hope and the expectation is for us to reach more than 54,000 companies that will have now access to credit lines that are basically created by our business. And we know how hard it is to have access to credit and how huge the challenges are, especially for those led by women. So the impact on public policies, this is the institutional mission of the International Development Bank. Thank you, Leonardo. Thank you, everyone, for attending. So let's now, if you could please just get to the center of the stage so that we could have an official picture.
Yes, we have just spoken about public policy with Mr. Suresh Reddy, Kalil Karam, and Leonardo Lahoud. So let's give them a big hand, everyone. Thank you very much. So we're going to move on now with the next session, in which our guest speakers will talk about agriculture, commerce, and industry. The economy is supported by a strong interdependence between agriculture, commerce, and industry. Agriculture provides the raw materials for the industry, which turns it into processed foods, fuels, biotextiles, and manufactured goods, while commerce plays a strategic role in the distribution of these products. So to talk about the progress of female entrepreneurship in these businesses, let me invite to the stage the moderator for this session, Camila Ferrani, an investor, businesswoman, and a CNBC business host. Let's give her a big hand, everyone. Camila. Let me try and find her. Let me also call to the stage Nadim Donato, the president of the FICommercio MG system, Sask and Sanak. Hi there, Camila, and welcome. Let me also invite to the stage Antonio De Salvo, the president of the Afang Sonar system. Let's give him a big hand, too. Let me also invite to the stage Valmir Rodrigues da Silva, the president of Federa Minas. And Flavio Rosco, the president of the Federation of Industries of the state of Minas Gerais. Fieng, representing the chairman of the CNI, Mr. Ricardo Albano. Let me also invite to the stage Lyudmila Popova, Doctor of Economics, professor, head of the Department of Economics, Finance and Accounting from Oral State University, named after I.S. Turgenev. So let me now yield the floor to Camila Ferrani. Okay, so Camila, would you like to stay here or would you like to take a seat? It's up to you. Good evening, everyone. Well, let me also greet the speakers. I think it is always important to tell you about how happy I am, not only for being here as a moderator in this session, but also for seeing so many women and so many, doers, women who make things happen, so many leaders as well, and women actually, stepping up to the occasion. But it's also important to see that we also have men here, and that's important because there's no such thing of us being, say, against men. It's actually quite the opposite. I think that we help each other, we can complete each other. We're better together. So looking at you now, Monica Montero, and Ana Cottagio, and Lindalia Sofia, and so many other brilliant women who are here, so many other global authorities, right, Monica? Thank you very much for being here. Thank you first for having invited me to be here. Congratulations on the Brazilian chapter of this organization, a chapter for women in the BRICS. And it's important to talk about, this panel now, which is about agriculture, commerce, industry, manufacturing, in a business that represents more than 65% of the Brazilian GDP. And three very important pillars, namely agriculture. I mean, agriculture is a powerhouse here in Brazil, even at a global level. And I think it might actually be somewhat repetitive to talk about the importance of agribusiness for Brazil. And I myself, as a person who worked also in a retail business with coffee for 20 years. Did you know, by the way, that coffee is the second drink in terms of consumption, only after water? And Brazil, without a doubt, is occupying not only a leading position in exports, but are also occupying a leading position in having great coffee beans produced here in Brazil. So we speak quite a bit about commerce also, and we're going to talk a little about manufacturing as well. We're going to talk a little about services too. But even though sometimes we face challenges along the way, I have never heard so many people talking about women entrepreneurs in Brazil. Never. Because in the old days, I mean, you barely had, I don't know, maybe 15 or 20 years ago, there was no such thing as, women in boards. And now seeing all these female leaders among us, I think that we should feel that we're not only well represented, but actually I think that we feel welcome in these venues. And feeling like that is quite important, not only from, the standpoint of how we feel about it emotionally, but actually this also is about the fact that we're now occupying a whole set of leading roles, that we're also playing an active role in the economy, even though, and I'm going to talk a little about the business where I work, which is very much driven by technology. And even though we, have few, say, women founding technology startups, this is actually changing. When you look specifically at Black women, the number decreases quite dramatically, but it's also increasing anyhow. When I try to look specifically at women who are leading small, micro and small businesses in Brazil, in the old days, the number was 20%. Now it's actually 50%. Small companies being opened by women. So without a doubt, this is a historical moment. And I think that a symbolic thing that we might see about it is having these great people with us to talk to us about it. I think maybe I should sit next to you, because if I stay here, it's going to be kind of like distant, right? So guys, thank you very much again. Thank you for inviting me to be here, Monica, Anna, everyone. Is the microphone working? Oh, now it is. So, Nadim, you're leading FEComércio, Minas Gerais. So 2024, the Brazilian commerce business saw an increase of 4.7% in sales. I think it might have been the best result you've had in 12 years. So what do you think, drove that growth? Well, we went through a couple of really tough years, during the pandemic. And I actually said that last year we would, go back on our feet. We'd be back again on our feet. And this is actually what happened. And the biggest reason why we have grown was first, we had a lot of, jobs generated in this business. And there's actually something that you mentioned, and I'd like to stress that we have individual entrepreneurs in Brazil, who lead small businesses, really small businesses. And the majority of these businesses are oftentimes made up by only one person, and that person, if you look at the absolute numbers, absolute figures, you basically have mostly, hairdressers or, hairdresser, beauty parlors, and also other small businesses. And 67% of them are being opened by women. And this is the kind of change that we are seeing in the world. People sometimes want to be able to be their own bosses, make their own lives, their own business lives. And the governor spoke also about formal jobs. But if you also include informal jobs, we've also seen a lot of growth in terms of the people who are there to provide services. And with that, they end up, setting up new businesses for them. And we also had something that my friends will discuss here, a wonderful production in agribusiness, and that obviously strengthens, other businesses and commerce organizations as well. So the growth in commerce that we saw, specifically in matters related to service, and also the growth of tourism in Brazil, which was also quite substantial, has been great. Minas Gerais, I think, was the second or third most visited state in Brazil, and this has been very important for us too. And in cities such as Rio de Janeiro, and states such as Bahia, which receive a lot of international tourists, and that kind of growth brings about a virtuous cycle because you basically have more money circulating in our economy. So 2024 was a pretty special year, and we saw lots of companies opening up, specifically individual or one-person organizations. Okay, so maybe also I think that the incentives offered by FEComércio and the training programs that we offer, yes, we have been doing a lot of work in this area to try and help educate our members. And maybe the folks who came from abroad, this might not actually be that common. We have here in Brazil a series of organizations, including SEBRAE, SESC, and SENAI, and which are basically funded by privately held businesses, and they fund these organizations so that they provide training and opportunities also to improve the cultural level of our workers, and to provide them with technical knowledge as well. And this is what's helped our business grow. So this system, which was created many years ago in Brazil, which we might not actually have, something equivalent in other countries, is what has encouraged the improvements in the quality of labor and therefore the improvement in sales and growth that we have seen. Yeah, no doubt about that. That's extremely efficient. So piggybacking on that, Lyudmila, it's really nice to have you here. Welcome to Brazil. I come from Rio de Janeiro, but I think that I should say that you are welcome also to Minas Gerais. So talking a little bit more about capacity building and training, the Russian educational system is very much known, specifically in the fact that you have a lot of technical and scientific knowledge being transferred to the people who attend schools in Russia. So what is it that we might learn from the Russian experience here in Brazil, and to basically see what we could learn from the Russian system? My dear friends, First off, I'd like to thank Monica for inviting me to be here and to be here speaking before you in the capacity of panelist from the education business. And I also work in education, so I'd like also to thank the Women's Alliance and Anna Nesterova, who will also be speaking after me. Thank you very much for offering me this opportunity to be here in Brazil and for visiting also local universities. As Camilla said, and she said it very well, I visited a number of universities in Brazil, and we are actually planning on signing a number of cooperation agreements. And if you look at the best that we do in Russian education, yes, we're very much ready to share that with you. And also, we're very much interested in learning from Brazil. And I agree with what you said, Camilla. Our education in Russia has been more focused on, say, more practical, technical areas. Our students learn a lot about theory, yes, but students have to be able to actually execute things in the practical world. So having that practical approach can be actually very important in your life. And it's important too that students also are involved in the development of science and research. And we actually divide our universities into different areas. We have studies in areas such as transportation, management, oil and gas. We have a number of different types of universities which prepare our students to work in specific industries, and that too is very important. In addition to the fact that students are learning based on a set of standards that are defined at a federal level for our universities, they also have the possibility to adjust given the conditions in which they're going to be working in the future. So this is a bit of a historical perspective on how we have done things in Russia, and it also dates back to the Soviet times when education that we had there was considered to be one of the best in the world. And we trained a lot of engineers back then on and we also developed new technologies, not only specialists in practical work, but also scientists. And that is something that I believe might have contributed to the quality of the education that we have in our country. We are following also the Bologna system, right? I mean, we have both, bachelor degrees, master's, and doctoral degrees, and we changed that system. If we look at, we're also being hurt currently by a lack of personnel as well, because the planned economy from Soviet times did not allow actually that kind of shortage to exist. But we currently lack experts also in areas such as engineering. And the policies enacted by the Ministry of Science and Education in Russia has been very much geared towards developing more experts in areas such as education and engineering. But even though today this is the reality in which we are very much seeking to introduce changes not only in our economy but also in our society. Okay, so Flavio Roscoe, did I say your name correctly? I hope I did. I must say that it took me some 20 minutes to practice how to say your name, but I hope that I did it the right way. So Fieng is historically known for its intense participation and involvement, not only in enhancing competitiveness in companies located in Minas Gerais, in the state has been growing by 3 to 3.5% recently. So if you could please talk a little about the three most important initiatives. I mean, I said three, but you should feel free to mention more if you so wish to. But anyhow, the top three initiatives that you would like to list and which might explain that growth. Good evening, everyone. I would like to invite Isabel Tigao. She is the chairperson of the Federation of the Industry of Roraima to take the seat here next to me to help me answer this question, but I'm not going to go over my time. You see, the manufacturing industry has first technological challenges because we have to keep ahead of the trends, Industry 4.0. And we set up our Industry 4.0 center and another 17 centers in the countryside to basically take Industry 4.0 to every one of our macro regions in the state to serve as an example and a model, and also to train the people that are needed to really transform our manufacturing industry. Also, a decarbonization center, since we're investing 70 million reais in our decarbonization centers. We also set up our Institute for Rare Earths, and we're just now commissioning a plant to process rare earths, trying to develop technologies using renewable sources of energy, and so that we can basically work in all areas of technology using the rare earths that we have in Minas Gerais. We actually have quite a lot of mineral assets in this area. And besides, we are also working to change mining. And mining in Minas Gerais today is certainly among the three most sustainable mining operations in the world, in spite of the incidents that we faced recently. And mining is actually, is big business here in Minas Gerais. And besides, we've also included initiatives in the area of startup. We have a lab which was recognized as the second best startup environment in Brazil. We have 1,500 startups registered with us, and we basically help them establish connections with companies from the state of Minas Gerais. So, Isabel, if you could please tell us a little bit about Roraima and what you're doing there. You know what? Let's maybe give Isabel a big hand again, guys.
So again, good evening, everyone, and good evening to those extraordinary women who, carry on their DNAs this will and wish to make a difference. That we do, because we women, we are not taking, the place of man. We are actually just occupying the seats that we are invited to take due to our competence. So thank you, Flavio, for this very special invite to be here in Minas Gerais, attending to this event that launches women to a place of evidence by their competence and showing that we can make a difference in our states, in our country. And I am actually in my second mandate, subsequent to the first one, of a federation that has this exponential role of representativeness here in the country. So it is a great honor and joy to be able to develop my work together with 26 other colleagues at the Federation of Industries of the state of Roraima. Is a position of great responsibility because the state has been growing exponentially, and for the year of 25, we have very promising aspirations of being the state that will have the highest growth in terms of investments, job position generations, and just side by side to an entrepreneur government. The president of the Federation of Industries is there with an unwavering support and strengthening our union base, because we firmly believe that a strong union, or rather sector, needs a strong union. And identifying opportunities, identifying needs, working closely with the companies and we have, a huge union base with many different segments. And I represent the agribusiness segment, for instance. And we have been, obviously, within our limits and the contribution of the Federation of Industries, we are developing our work, focusing and developing the industry of our state. Congratulations, Isabel. Antonio, so talking about agriculture and maybe technology, not even AI, but I think it is important for us to understand what is it that you consider, or what would be the role of technology within the agribusiness, and more specifically within FAENG and Senar. Let me just greet all the members of this panel and Chris Elias, one of our rural farmers here, and that is a great representative at the chamber in Brasilia. And Silvana Novaes, my very warm greetings to you for all the hard work that you have been doing and leading so many incredible women within this segment, which has always been very heavily led by men. And also Juliana, president of the FAENG Mulher Commission. So thank you very much for your hard work and for all your help. Well, technology, let's pick the end of the 60s, beginning of the 70s. Brazil was an exporter, and that red earth that covers the central area of Brazil, the savanna area, was a barren land that, produced very little, and with the development of technologies that was created in-house by us Brazilians, we transformed that barren land into one of the greatest producing lands of the world. And we know that this is one of the reasons that actually made Brazil become the aspirant of becoming a huge power. And we actually can say that very proudly. And sometimes this is misunderstood. And sometimes by ourselves, Brazilians, that think that our growth, and in order for us to understand just the order of magnitude, during the year 2000, we produced 100 million tons of grains, and in 2013, we went to 200 million tons, and in 2023, we have exceeded 300 million tons of grains without expanding our frontiers, just by enhancing technology and adding innovation into our properties and farms. So this is very hard from someone from Europe who's been planting beetroot on the shoulders of the roads, understanding how come Brazil has been enhancing its production and its throughput at such incredible rates. And this is due to nothing else but the pure effort of our own agencies. And our system, FAENG Senar, has been doing the great work of distributing and granting access of this technology to reach the properties. And we have been doing our best in order to grant access of this technology to our producers, and beating records, and with sustainability and respecting environment, but guaranteeing not only the food safety, but also food security for the future of the Brazilian people. And it's an important remark to say that Minas Gerais was for 5 consecutive years among the 3 main technology market of startups. For quite some time, we had a program here in the state of Minas Gerais called Seed Minas, and we had great startups coming out of this project and started to export all the technological developments that were acquired here and a result of other global exchanges. So that is an important title to us in Minas Gerais, and not only Minas, but Belo Horizonte. More specifically, I founded G2 here, and so we definitely have to congratulate all of you ahead of the federations, but the entrepreneurs, the local entrepreneurs, men and women here in Minas Gerais and Valmir, leading Federa Minas, what do you see? How, would you see that the entrepreneurs from Minas Gerais and how the business people from Minas Gerais, businessmen, businesswomen, how do you see that they, could adapt to the economic changes created by the digital transformation and this new consumption behaviors? What is it that Federa Minas has been doing to not only encourage but also to foster and to, educate and train? Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure for me to sit next to such incredible leaderships. And let me start by greeting Isabel Mendes, this great female leadership without whom Federa Minas would never have accomplished so much. So, Bel, without you, we would never be where we are. And Bel leads FEMI, which is our entrepreneur women state forum, and so this is, I already would like to extend the invite to all of you. Don't miss it. And thank you, Bel, once again. So at Federa Minas, we have those, let's say, additional institutions like the this one led by women, so that we can make the best out of it. And my greetings to my dear wife Magda, and she and I share this responsibility of leading businesses in the city of Alfenas. Well, addressing the question, Federa Minas has some sectorial nuclei as part of its DNA, and I am an example of that. My background is in accounting, and I started in the sectorial hub of accountants. And this was a program developed by CISB together with the Federation and SEBRAE. And based on those, sectorial nuclei discussions, we, little by little, realized that we needed to better grasp the client's needs, the client's necessities. What is it that they were looking for? And the small and medium-sized entrepreneurs, they actually were looking for credit protection, political environments that could lead to their development. And they are looking for a fertile environment so that they can enhance their businesses, because more often than not, they lack this access. And this is the work that Federa Minas has been doing, has been, providing opportunities like the Minas Circuit, and we go and visit them, on their own environment, understanding what they need so they can generate jobs and offer dignity to people. So we had a Congress which was basically transformed into, a business solution areas. And so we want to offer opportunities so that people can leave, with good opportunities. And it was actually after the leadership of Mr. Zema, our governor, and tomorrow we will deliver our system, the IDA, The commercial associations will be prepared to have artificial intelligence capable of harnessing the best to deliver resources to companies for their development. And if our purpose is basically it's to have as much diversity that we can in order to offer longevity to businesses. And healthier, right? Yes, beautiful. Well, so now about initiative to women. It's the last question, and please feel invited to answer, Ludmila. Please, let's talk about not only to the initiatives to women. If you could just offer us some data, relevant data from the impact that this would give, not only within Russia, but that you have been seeing in the market as a whole. In reality, I have to say that knowledge has a huge influence on people's attitudes, and we talk about not only economic, military, tax, and food, but here we are also going to talk about the financial safety, economic safety, and international programs that we hope to develop between Russian and Brazilian universities. And this is going to be the very, cherry of the cake that we are going to discuss for a prolonged period of time. We're going to teach people to develop financial safety, shielded against cyber attacks. And we hope not to have women in risk positions. And with regards to the female alliance within BRICS, we hope to develop this work, with the universities. And once I do that, I can consider my mission accomplished. And we will keep on, conveying this knowledge about safety, economic safety. Isabel? So, considering that you are head of the Federation of Industries of the State of Roma, what are the initiatives that are offered to women and the impact that this has been causing? Well, initially, our federation has 60% of its technical bodies comprised of women. And the FIE superintendent is actually here with us tonight, and she's a very competent woman, a woman of fiber, and aside to be a superintendent of FIE, she's a superintendent of SESI and the director of SENAI. So aside to acknowledging the value of those people as women, we also invest on the technical training, and we try to offer management tools that might help them. And so the work starts within our institution by valuing women and acknowledging how women can be valued in our state. And as the president of this syndicate of the industries of grain beneficiation within the agribusiness, the women who are ahead of their companies and leading their companies are making a difference and bringing outstanding results. So we acknowledge that women are a very important element of a strong, bold, dynamic management that look outwards and envisions that women are ever more necessary. So we have many different works that value women through, for instance, a work developed together with this Union of Civil Construction. But we have the migration waves, and we have been receiving something like 500 migrants from Venezuela every day on our state. So we have a specific project called welcoming operation, Operação Acolhida in Portuguese. So we have been doing our best to train men for civil construction and training women in other tasks like cooking skills and trying to enhance their competences in order for them to be able to guarantee their livelihood. So, and this is something that the Federation is very proud of this partnership with the Acolhida operation in the migrants from Venezuela. So, if you could please now already moving towards the initiatives that have greatest impact. Well, as the Federal Minas, FEComércio Minas, has decided to develop a different line of work with women, in particular with those which are extremely underserved and under the situations of vulnerability. So in a play of words, we have this Fé Nelas program. They dream of having their own businesses, but they simply don't have the means to. So we offer free training programs, and we actually developed with former convicted women and prisoners, and we did a free training with nurse technicians and also women who were looking forward to having their own businesses, their groceries and bakeries, and we trained them and taught them how to do that.
Maybe we should just follow the order, right? Okay, so we've also done some work, not only via our National Committee for Women, but we've been trying to basically bring women so that they can actually lead their businesses, their small businesses, with their husbands, so that they can actually become co-leaders of their businesses. And that has actually caused an increase of over 21% in having women leading farms in the state of Minas Gerais. And we have looked at that quite actively. I'm going to cite two examples. And actually, as a matter of fact, I'm not going to talk about wine, but I'll talk about cheese and coffee, which are two things we produce here in Minas Gerais. And as you said yourself, I mean, coffee is the second most popular drink in the world, second to water. But if Minas Gerais were a country, we would be the largest producer of coffee in the world. Yes, we are big producers of coffee here, specifically in 4 regions of Minas Gerais. And women are an active element in the very special coffee that we have been producing here in Minas Gerais. So today we have excellent quality coffee. It's no longer just that commodity kind of coffee bean that we used to produce in the past. And this has actually, taken a lot of participation of women, during, after, the harvest of the coffee beans, and also the cheese from Minas Gerais, which is now known all over the world. We've had a lot of women involved in it, sometimes women entrepreneurs alone, sometimes women engaging in businesses with their husbands as well. So women have played a fundamental role in businesses in Minas Gerais, and we have to keep strengthening that in Minas Gerais and in Brazil, since this is an important lever for the development of our country. We're running late on our schedule. I'd like you to please try and be brief. Okay, I'll be quick. So, Belle, if you could please stand up. So that's Belle, guys. Without her, Federa Minas wouldn't be anywhere. Thank you very much, Belle. I've actually cited the program that she coordinates. And to wrap up, I've also cited some of the actions that we have been implementing. But as a good supporter of Cruzeiro that I am, I think that women should be there, wearing blue, which is the color of the Cruzeiro shirt, wherever they are. I think the recipe is somewhat simple. You have to make sure that you have equal conditions, and women will do what has to be done. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you. So if you could please now go to the center of the stage for the official picture of such an important panel. And let me with that thank every one of the organizations from Minas Gerais which helped us organize this meeting. All of them together proving that unity and, yes, cooperation amongst organizations can make a difference so that we can drive more and more growth among women entrepreneurs, not only those from Minas Gerais, but those from all over the country. Congratulations. So now I would like to invite to the stage Mr. Ana Claudia Kotaichi. She has a message to deliver to you. Ana Claudia. Guys, I know that I'm sort of not respecting the protocol, but Isabel Mendes, if you could please come up to the stage. Yes, Isabel, that's you. If you could please. I know that this is not supposed to happen, and we are already behind schedule, but anyway, look, all of you who've been here speaking, every one of the of you who came from abroad, our guests, you're going to receive a gift at the hotel where you are. And Belle is kind of like my advisor here from Minas Gerais. She's a person who's very dear to me, a person that I truly appreciate. And everything that Valmir said is true. And I'll say even more about her to you. And with the SMAC, she was here to help us organize the WeFORUM, and she is the one in charge of the gifts that you guys will receive. I mean, those of you who came here and who spoke before us, and also our dear foreign guests who were with us, our advisors, you will receive a beautiful gift box with various products from the state of Minas Gerais. So, Belle, let me thank you again, and let me say that it's so important. And actually, on my name and on Monica's behalf, too, let me thank you, because without you, this would never have happened. Thank you very much. Okay, so as we carry on, let me now invite to the stage the next panelists, in which we're going to be talking about internationalization of companies. And this is a most important subject. Becoming international is a strategic step as companies are trying to grow, and that requires vision, innovation, and access to loans and the financial market. And oftentimes, disruption is what drives more efficient business models. In a globalized scenario, companies seeking to expand their operations to areas beyond their country of origin have to adopt efficient strategies so that they can be competitive. And the participation of women has actually brought a fresh perspective to economic development and business management alike. In spite of progress, we still have challenges to overcome, such as access to funding, networking opportunities, and also cultural barriers along the way. The internationalization of companies is a journey fraught with challenges, but also opportunities. And to talk about international growth, we have invited the speakers, and specifically our moderator, Ana Beatriz Costa, Vice President of Sustainability, Legal, and Corporate Reputation at Natura. Let's give her a big hand. Hello. Welcome. Good evening. Hello, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. So I'd like to first start by thanking you for inviting me to be here. Monica invited me, actually, and I'm really honored to be with you guys at such an important meeting. I'm also honored to be a part of the forum and also of being a leader in the work group on inclusive economy, and more specifically, to be here on stage with such amazing women who will tell us a little bit about their own experiences in their nations, in the companies where they worked, and specifically with entrepreneurship, given what we have just discussed, and about the importance of growing, expanding, including others to transcend, to open new avenues so that we are never limited by the territories where we live, so that we are not limited by regulation or anything. So what is it that we can do together to grow and to go beyond? So to do that, we're going to have a very interesting discussion. And let me then invite to the stage Ana Sanchez, by the way. Unfortunately, she had a bit of a hiccup and had to leave earlier. But we're going to have with us Zhao Haiying. She is the Executive Vice President and Chief Strategy Officer of the China Investment Corporation, the CIC, and she's also the chairperson of BRICS WBA in China. Please, Zhao Haiying, if you could please come to the stage. Let me also invite Anna Nesterova. She is the Director of Global Rus Trade and Chairperson of BRICS WBA in Russia. Really happy to have you with us, Anna. And Myra Rodriguez, an analyst from Apex Brazil. So Myra. All right, so I'm going to start by giving you guys some context, because whenever we talk about globalization and internationalization, oftentimes we think about innovation as well. I mean, there's no way you would, say, grow internationally without considering matters such as diversity, innovation, and sustainability also of a growing business. And economic development has to be considered as well. And to start talking about that context of globalization, so Zhao, I have the first question for you. Considering the context of globalization, and given the fact that we have constant transformation and evolution happening, I'd like to hear from you how you see the ways in which nations sometimes let go of their more, say, traditional mindsets in which, say, one has to necessarily win and the other has to lose, and instead to redirect globalization and bring it to a whole new level and a different mindset in which everyone wins. So in which you have competition by basically opening up instead of closing yourself down in your own market, thereby presenting the progress of globalization. So how do you see that? Eu gostaria primeiramente de agradecer a você e agradecer a Mônica também pelo convite que me foi feito para estar aqui presente nessa reunião tão interessante e tão importante também. Eu devo dizer, gente, que o lugar aqui é belíssimo a propósito, e me disseram, inclusive, que o significado, me explicaram o significado de Belo Horizonte. Muito embora eu esteja aqui por apenas umas poucas horas, eu devo dizer, gente, que eu já senti profundamente em mim realmente essa qualidade, que o Brasil tem e a diversidade cultural presente nesse país. Eu estou muito feliz e muito honrado por estar aqui. Agora, voltando para a sua pergunta, eu acho que a China, claro, tem muitas lições que nós aprendemos nesse processo, que eu creio tem grande relevância. Antes de mais nada, eu acho que no mundo de hoje, cerca de 60% dos bens e serviços são transportados globalmente
And this kind of
globalization
actually allows resources to be distributed beyond physical boundaries, as you said earlier. And also, over the past 30 years, we have done some simple calculation. It shows that one third, 30% of the global increase in per capita income actually comes or are driven by globalization. So I think globalization is extremely important. Now, actually, when China first joined the WTO, meaning first opened it to the world, right? People were also very worried Actually, at that time, we had our expression saying that if you open your borders, open to international competition and everything, they say that it may harm our industries or harm our local enterprises. So we have a Chinese term saying that the wolf is coming. So people were very anxious and very worried. But looking back today, we can see that China has become very vibrant, actually exactly because of openness. So we think that definitely it's not just one country win or one side win. It's actually a win-win if we have globalization. The other thing I want to say is that actually I think China, with openness, we've been growing, we have prospered, and I think China can contribute uniquely to the global prosperity. For example, China is a very big market. I think that many people could come to China, invest, and profit from that. And actually, we also, again, had done a simple calculation. We look at the MSCI database, which shows that we look at the multinational companies who have the highest share of revenue from China. Actually, those companies outperform the average other companies. That means that I think China is not only a world factory, but also a world market for many companies. So we do think that this is one unique contribution China can do. And the other unique contribution China can do is that China has accumulated a lot of capability in infrastructure. So I think China can help to invest and build infrastructure in other countries. And also China has built a very systematically, a very strong supply chain. And those supply chains can help to provide very good, high quality, resilient, very good products. So those are other areas China can contribute. Okay, I'll stop here and give other ladies some time and then wait for your second question. Thank you, Anna.
Ótimo. Muito obrigada, Shao. A gente vai voltar. A gente vai voltar depois a falar.
To talk a little bit more about China and this entire process of internationalization. But let me first welcome Anna Nesterova, and let me hear from you. What do you think is the role of the BRICS as an economic bloc in terms of promoting commerce and also in engaging investments between country members? What are the initiatives and the projects that you believe should be highlighted and stressed, looking again at win-win situations and looking specifically at being supportive, which is something that you speak so much about how one country can support another country, and how can we support ourselves in this mission towards internationalization? Thank you very much, my dear colleagues. Good evening. And I, too, would like to start with a few thank yous to my sister and friend, Monica Monteiro, the global chairperson of the World Business Alliance. Thank you very much for inviting me to be here to visit this wonderful city. And I am quite sure that this forum is going to be a meeting of the highest level, and every participant today will see the practical outcomes of this meeting. But let me try and answer your question. In recent years, the BRICS, and as well as the Women's Alliance, we increased in size by almost 3 times. You know that in 2024, Egypt, Iran, Ethiopia, the United Arab Emirates joined the BRICS, and so did Indonesia as participants, and a category of partner countries was also created to include 9 countries. And now we have 51% of the world's population in our bloc and 41% of the world's GDP as well. So that, in a way, shows the increased interest that has existed in our economic bloc, and also confirms the attraction of participants and other allies as well. So we have clear goals ahead of us. We have to obviously increase our competitiveness, and we have to also find, the how women can contribute specifically in small and medium businesses. We have to overcome some of the barriers that currently exist, and which in a way limit the active participation of women in the economy. And here, the Women's Alliance offers a platform for the creation of additional cooperation and also provides tools to women entrepreneurs, not only in the countries belonging to the BRICS, but beyond as well. After 5 years, because the alliance was launched back in 2020, but the alliance today, after 5 years, we represent not only 10 nationalities, it's actually more than 6,000 women entrepreneurs and thousands of projects which have been presented. Last year, while Russia was, chairing the BRICS, we made the best we could to offer more possibilities for women's organizations to participate more actively. We also launched a project of developing a unique digital platform for the BRICS Women's Alliance, a job that began back in 2021. And I believe that I might not have much time left to talk since we are running behind on the schedule. So I'm going to just try and talk a little bit more, or maybe I should stay here for now, at least later. I'll talk a little bit more about that, but thank you. Thank you very much, Anna. You actually brought up something that I saw in a recent study produced by the Brazilian government, actually in 2023, which talks about women in foreign trade and analyses looking at Brazil. And this study demonstrated very clearly the opportunities that internationalization and foreign trade also offer to leverage and improve growing economies or developing economies, specifically as you look at women. But on the other hand, that same study showed how much we still have blatant disparities in the participation of women in foreign trade. So we're going to cover some of that in the second round of questions, piggybacking on some of what Anna said in terms of how we might actually include women and how we can also work with the gender situation in internationalization of businesses. And going back to the idea that internationalization is by no means something that involves, people in isolation. It involves entrepreneurs, persons, government institutions. I'd like to hear from you, Mayra. How do you see from the APEX? Oh, actually, by the way, if you could tell us a little bit, APEX is the Brazilian agency to promote exports. So what programs do you have at APEX that are trying to enhance the participation of women in international businesses? We could cite a number of examples, such as international business women and other programs developed by APEX. If you could please elaborate a little about these programs, and more specifically, if you could also share some of the information that you have about the actions that you have been implementing to enhance the participation of women in leading positions in international businesses. Thank you very much, Anna. It's a pleasure to be here with you, Anna and Zhao, here in this panel. Let me also thank you for the opportunity to participate in this meeting, Monica and Ana Claudia, tireless friends. Let me also talk about how happy I am to be here as well in this auditorium, which is actually held by FIANG, a great partner that we have at APEX Brazil, and not to mention countless other people who are also involved in this initiative. And on behalf of our director, Anna, and our chairman, Jorge Viana, who could not be here today, I would like to speak a little bit about APEX and about the things that we have done, Anna. So APEX is the Brazilian agency to promote exports and attract investments as well. I don't know if in the other BRICS countries actually how those agencies to promote exports work. In the Brazilian case, we have these two initiatives, meaning to bring investments and to promote exports, being taken care of by the same agency. And we work in close cooperation to basically implement public policy in the area of foreign trade together with ABDIC. So we are a part of the, SEBRAE and SESCOP system as well. We are kind of sister organizations.
So we are a private company that is ultimately responsible for executing those policies through management contracts. And we do so, Anna, basically through some specific pillars. So, for instance, we have a very important area, which is where everything stems from, which is commercial intelligence, competitive intelligence, sectorial intelligence. We also have another pillar, which is training, education, and investment attraction. And we also have a couple of other areas which are the very reason of being of APEX, which are exports, promotion, and investments attraction. And we have other areas that take care of image and reputation and international expansion. And what is it that the program of women and international businesses has been doing? It has basically applying the gender lens to everything that APEX has been doing. So all this model has been laid with an additional tier. And so deploying studies and doing research with the gender perspective now, developing strategies for attracting investments now with the gender element included to it. So throughout the, let's say, almost 2 years of life of this program, we have something like 4,000 companies led by women. And throughout this period, we have served more than 2,500 companies. And last year, only 1,500 companies taking part on the actions specifically driven to women and customized for women. So, and this is something that our board has required from us, a very strict commitment towards being very inclusive, with inclusive clauses, with inclusive mechanisms, like, for instance, doing additional scoring and opening positions, female leadership as special criteria for untidying companies that might have similar scores. So Anna and the other panel colleagues, so we try to cover and encompass all sorts of organizations, either small, medium, large-sized companies, as Monica said. So the large corporations, the more they can further expand their exports, the better, because the more impact they will have, and the better is going to be a good and positive impact on the trade balance. And culture, creativity, service, agri, business companies, and from all states of the Federation. And we have been trying to have this cross-sectionality of Black and Indigenous women as well. Yeah, fantastic to hear, how many different initiatives there are in place at the moment. So let me get back to Xiao now. And the question I have for you, Xiao, is how is it that China stands out as a successful as a model in the internationalization process in many different segments, in many different sectors? So if you could please tell us a little bit more, and if you could please tell the audience, what are the models that you have customized, that you have created, that you have coined, or the practices that you have created that you see as maybe translatable or repeatable, that can be applied here as successful cases and with the lessons learned as of now with this internationalization process?
I want to repeat a few things that we said earlier when you asked the first question. That is that we really need to reappreciate the value of globalization. And also the second sentence I want to say that we really should compete to be more open rather compete to close our doors. The third thing I want to say is that our economies are complementary to each other. We really can help each other. You have what we want, we have what you want. Now, in the case of China, I think I would like to say a few, Chinese characters. First of all, there is a term, 4 Chinese characters, which have the highest frequency of appear in all reports, also in all Chinese government documents. That those 4 characters are 改革开放. In English, it means reform and openness. So I think that's one of the most important lessons we learned. That's why those 4 characters appear really in almost all the government documents. That means that we need to do reform, to get rid of the inefficiencies, let the market play an important role in growth, and also open. Because open is important in the sense that by opening your market, by having other investment coming in, you actually can do learning by doing, not just say, I learned something just from the book. Rather, you have other people coming in, you can learn by seeing them, learning by practicing, so you can learn really fast. So I think that reform and opening, very important. That's one lesson. Secondly, in China, we have another 6-letter characters. In Chinese, called 要致富先修路, which means that to become rich, you first of all build roads. Okay, because roads means infrastructure in general. Imagine you do not have good infrastructure, then it's really going to be a bottleneck for the economic development. So having good infrastructure is very, very important. Thirdly, I want to say that in China, we often say 科技是生产力. In English, it means science and technology is productivity. So extremely important for the private sector and for governments to encourage science and technology and its application. And finally, I want to say that the other lesson that we have learned is that it's very important to empower women. When you empower women, you empower the whole family. And when you empower the whole family, you empower the whole country. Actually, in China, ever since 1955, there is a sentence that a lot of people know, I think you also probably know, it's called 女性妇女能顶半边天. In English, it means women are half of the sky. If we can really do that, right, really empower women, I think we can have a better world. Thank you, Anna.
I don't know about you, but infrastructure, innovation, technology in this, constant, growing cycle of prosperity. So thank you. Anna, now your generosity to, convey to us lessons and learnings that you have collected with regards to the regulatory singularities, economic and cultural, characteristics that companies from other countries should be aware whenever stepping into an internationalization process. What is it that you could tell us about those lessons in terms of challenges that can be potentially found in an internationalization considering the existing barrier? Muitíssimo obrigado. As we promote women, we strengthen the families, and as we strengthen women, they can strengthen another woman that will strengthen its country. So today I would like to introduce you to the winner of the female startup contest in the area of artificial intelligence, and Anna Meshcherikova. So let us take this opportunity to warmly greet Anna. She's the head of a company that with artificial intelligence, she's been analyzing health care data, in particular female health. So Russia, and through a national program, has put together a contest, and the colleagues here in Brazil have been supporting this, and with the support of SEBRAE, this contest is going to be developed here in Brazil, and we are going to do the best of our efforts to support it. And the federal administration in Russia has put together over 30 events, and the female entrepreneurship of the BRICS, we welcomed women for over 30 countries, more than 400 people. And from May the 14th to 16th, we are going to hold another Entrepreneur BRICS Women's Forum, and I encourage you to come and attend. And now getting back to the contest, the whole thing is not about the contest itself, but rather that after the contest, in the aftermath, that the shortlisted or the winners have support to finally enter the market, because we have to jump from words to action. Because, of course, we have a contest, we have an award, but at the end of the day, what we need to do is to cooperate with people, to take part in multilateral projects in order to promote and to catapult that business. And so we have quite a few results. The winner of our contest has met a couple of companies ready to cooperate. The platform of the Female BRIC Alliance gathers more than 600 entrepreneurs from many countries around the world and the regional offices, and that we want to attract to offer support. And in Belarus, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, we opened regional offices that will continue with this work. I also would like to invite colleagues from other countries to take part on our events with partners. And we have here Xiao, and we want to support Monica, who's going to be the global president of this BRICS board. And we hope to have many other events in China to promote that in order to close concrete exports deals. So again, to jump from theory to practice. Thank you. It is really great to hear how is it that we move from ideas to practice, in particular in the BRICS. So moving with Myra now, I would like to hear a little bit more about that, because just recently we heard about the program Women and International Businesses, that is from Apex, that got the international award from WTPO, the World Trade Promotion Internationalization Award. So if you could please tell us a little bit more, well, we only have 3 minutes, but anyway, what was the meaning of this award, and what is it that represents for women? So Anna, this is an award that is actually sponsored by the International Trade Department, and it aims at acknowledging agencies like Apex that have reference practices that can be extremely inspiring. So this award and the acknowledgement was in the area of sustainability. The idea is to inspire other organizations and initiatives from other countries to also develop their own programs, as we've been doing. And bearing in mind, as Anna said, we're going to have other exports deals being cut and so on and so forth. So through those programs, we managed to foster and to encourage those efforts to continue. Another important aspect that led us to get this award was the managing the partnership. So this is a program that involves over 80 supporting institutions, supporting not only by rolling up their sleeves, but also by, disseminating the idea and encouraging other institutions and inviting them. And just earlier today, we heard about the mentorship that is developed with the CNI, Global Women programs with SEBRAE, and they export programs with the MDIC. So we have many different initiatives with sectorial entities that will allow us to generate income that will help to empower those women economically. And you you mentioned yourself, Anna, that companies that export, they pay higher salaries. And we know that entrepreneur women, whenever they start to generate income, they do not stop at the profit. They actually go beyond and they generate social impact to their families, to their communities. And this is something that the whole world has been echoing, not only Brazil. And as Anna said, when we look at the BRICS countries, we are aware that we can find commercial opportunities and investment attraction opportunities for sectors and companies. So this is an important provocation, which is the companies themselves thinking about their own gender composition and the supply chain, because supply chain obviously is an important and integral part, and maybe you should consider sourcing from smaller companies, promoting and engaging in smaller companies. So, and because when a company exports, the whole supply chain is also, is brought together. Yeah, this is the win-win situation that promotes this, virtual cycle that starts with us. And if not us, who would do it? So it's really up to us to share best practices, empower, encourage, to leverage ideas and to learn with one another. And we know that this is a somewhat tortuous way, somewhat thorny, with many structural barriers. But what really matters is for us to talk and learn with those who've blazed it, and it is possible to get there, to internationalize and to thrive. Unfortunately, for the sake of time, I am not going to ask the third question, although the conversation is awesome and many of us learned with your lessons, who are incredible and amazing women that made things happen through collaboration. But I couldn't avoid closing our panel by asking you to, in a very succinct and short message, maybe a one-sentence message that would summarize your role, your individual role, and your commitment of each and every one of you in this internationalization journey and of sharing best practices. Very short and concise, a take-home message, really, for the audience. Naira, could you start? Yes, of course, yes. So I would say that the word that we have been using is cross-sectionality, and we would never, accomplish anything if we are not across the board, if we are not cross-sectional. So it's no good for you to just tackle one single area if you do not have institutional support. And in my role in particularly is to encourage cross-sectionality. And this is not a program, but rather an agenda that has to be, pervasive of all spaces, relations, corporate areas, business areas. Thank you very much. Anna, a final take-home message from you. Well, I would say that the colleagues actually made reference to the number of prisoners who are male and female, that a much higher contingent is of men. But at the end of the day, women, go all the way to the end, whilst men sometimes they start and fail to conclude. So what I would like to say is that to me, I am very proud of seeing so many women going out there and exporting, being able to do a wrap-up and go all the way to the end, because starting it's easy, but finishing and concluding is not. It's a different story.
You're right about that. I mean, to start is easy, to finish is difficult. And I hope that we have more of you here, Ana, so that we can actually finish with what we're doing. So, João, your turn, your final message.
I think that we're
Olha,
really
pessoal, eu acho que,
entering
de fato, nós estamos
era of
agora
great
adentrando
uncertainty.
uma era de
I
grande
think in the
incerteza.
era of uncertainty,
Acredito que numa era
trust
de
is probably
incerteza,
the
a
most
confiança talvez venha
rare
a ser
commodity,
a
and
commodity
also
mais rara,
is
né?
the
Ou
most
seja, o bem
important
mais raro.
commodity.
E é um
I
bem de
think great
grandíssima
leaders are
importância.
those who
Então,
can
os
build
grandes líderes são
trust.
aqueles que vão
And
conseguir
I think in this
construir
special era, women,
confiança ao seu
we can
redor.
make
E acho que nós,
special
enquanto mulheres,
contributions in
certamente
building
podemos fazer uma
trust
contribuição
and
bastante
understanding across
relevante
borders.
em termos de
So let's
confiança,
all strive to do
cruzando
that.
fronteiras.
Thank you.
Então, todos aqui tentaremos, claro, fazer isso acontecer. Yes, that is exactly right. Trust, so that we are ultimately able to progress, and as I usually say, including others to move forward. I am immensely honored for having mediated this panel, and I think that just as you, I have also learned a lot. So let me thank you, Maida. Let me thank you, Ana. Let me thank you, João, for being here with us. I'm truly honored for having shared the stage with you. And together we are in a mission by empowering others, trusting, and never giving up on becoming international, globalizing, and moving forward. Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Ana. Thank you, Ana Beatriz, for moderating such an important panel in which we spoke so much about internationalization of companies. So now let me invite these amazing women to the stage, to the center of the stage for the official picture. And let me also thank them for attending our meeting. These great women who obviously, had to make an effort to be here with us on the 2025 WeFORUM, given that they are so busy, and we were able to bring them in. Thank you so very much for being here, guys. A picture now with Monica Monteiro, also one of the organizers of our meeting. And let's also thank everyone who's here for attending this meeting, for those of you who are watching us remotely. And I have to say to you that the WeFORUM will start again tomorrow at 9 a.m. We're going to have panel discussions, business meetings, which will generate lots of connections and promote new business possibilities to our women entrepreneurs who are here with us. On behalf of the organizers of the 2025 WeFORUM, I would now like to close today's activities, and I hope to see you again tomorrow so that we can talk about more achievements and progress made by women entrepreneurs all over the world. Well, to celebrate this beautiful day with so many achievements and so many interesting panels, let me now invite all of you for our cocktail party, which will take place at the hall of the Assassiminas Theater, which is the venue in which we are right now. And don't forget to tag us and use the WeFORUM 2025 hashtag. Post around, and we will tag you again, and we'll repost your posts. Good evening, everyone, and see you tomorrow.